1, 2, 3.
Okay, test.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, we'll have you all called to your assigned pew. Welcome back, folks. We're going to get started.
They're not listening to you.
I know. All right, class, pay attention.
Where's the horn?
I couldn't afford it.
I like it.
Well, again, we welcome you back. I was going to say if there's any first-timers here, and I don't see any first-timers. I don't know where these people are. They kept telling me in church, oh, I'm going to be there. It sounds exciting. And I don't see them here.
It's the Sabbath.
Well, I can understand the Seventh-day Adventists, but we'll have some others be joining us later. Again, just a quick reminder, I want to put a praise out for Paula and Katie. Those cookies this morning were baked just last night.
All right, I'm going to go get one now.
Before they're gone.
Talk longer, Bertie.
I got John over to Linda and Tom's house, and I came back over and locked up the church. And by the time I got home, the kitchen was aromatic with all the smells of cinnamon and such, peanut butter and all that. So be sure to thank Katie and Paula for doing that. And again, we'll take a break a little bit later on, but we'll also have lunch at noon. And we'll take about a half hour for lunch, so there's not that many of us here right now. River Life Church is going to be joining us. They're going to be bringing salads and desserts. But so hopefully we'll have a few more a little bit later on. I hope you enjoyed it yesterday. I mean, you can see why we enjoyed going with John, because every stop that we were on the tour with him, he would have the scripture that would go along with the area. And as I was telling everybody that I kind of get overwhelmed sometimes, but I enjoy the scenery and everything, so it's well worth it. So if you ever get an idea you want to go to Israel, talk to John. He would do great for you. For those who are not me, I think most of you here, but the rest of the facilities are over in the other building, down the hall to the left. The signs will tell you which door you should go through. And we do have the love offering back there again. Appreciate those that have contributed. And, yes, ma'am?
Coffee in the fellowship hall.
Oh, Paula said that Chrissy made some coffee over in the fellowship hall, so if you want to slip over there and get yourself a cup of coffee, you can do that too. So without anything else here, John, you're back on again.
Can I teach you a song this morning?
Yes.
Bernie will sing along with me. You can be the echo,
I'll be the echo.
and Paula and Katie can do it. It's a simple camp song, but it echoes all the way through the end to the end of the song, and then we sing it together. Of course, you don't know how that goes yet, so I will pause and say, this is the end of the song, and I'll sing it for you. So repeat after me. This will be a good opening song sometime. It's an easy one to play on the guitar. Oh, the sun's coming up.
Oh, the sun's coming up
On a bright new day.
on the bright new day,
And you maybe wonder why.
and you maybe wonder why.
I've been feeling this way.
I've been feeling this way.
Oh, I'm feeling good.
Oh, I'm feeling good.
And I'm feeling all right.
And I'm feeling all right.
And now the last part of the song goes, 'Cause the Lord took my life and he filled it with his ever-loving light. Ever-loving light. 'Cause the Lord took my life and he filled it with his ever-loving light. That's it. You want to try it again? Bernie, you're a good echo. Oh, the sun's coming up
Oh, the sun's coming up
on a bright new day.
on a bright new day.
And you maybe wonder why.
And you maybe wonder why.
I've been feeling this way.
I've been feeling this way.
Oh, I'm feeling
Oh,
good.
I'm feeling good.
And I'm feeling all right.
And I'm feeling all right.
Together, 'cause the Lord took my life and he filled it with his ever-loving light. Ever-loving light. 'cause the Lord took my life and he filled it with his ever-loving light. Ba-ba-ba-bum. That's it. So thank you, Bernie. It's good to be here again. We're going to launch right into where we stopped. And we're talking about still 6 archaeological sites, more in depth, and then I'll show you an archaeological dig so that you get a sense of what that's all about, and then a few significant archaeological discoveries. So this is what we're doing as we launch into this morning. By the way, we'll probably roll right into our next session, which is the Hebraic background of Jesus, and then take a break after that. But we'll see how far we go, and I'll read you whether I think you may need a break or not. You know, it's Saturday morning, and that's how it goes. So anyway, so here is the city of Lachish. It sounds like something you should eat in the morning, right? Lachish. That's how you pronounce it in Hebrew. Let's drone over Lachish, and we'll see what this city's all about. This is a really remarkable city. It was the biggest Judean city next to Jerusalem during the divided kingdom. But we'll take a look at the site and learn biblical connections as well. It's a 32-acre site. Again, it's an uplifted hill, but it has like 12 or 14 layers of stratigraphy beginning in the early
Lachish
Bronze.
Was an impressive Canaanite city destroyed by Joshua.
Took 2 days to destroy it, by the way, Joshua 10.
Later on, the city became well fortified during the Judean kingdom, complete with a double wall fortification system, a double gate system, and a palace.
Palace is here. Probably built by Rehoboam.
Eventually, the Assyrian army from the north conquered this city.
Here's the siege ramp.
Finally, the Babylonians brought an end to Lachish.
There's the siege ramp. Keep it in mind, I'll be talking about it later. A new portion of wall has been found like 3 years ago. Probably Rehoboam right there. And behind this is a Canaanite temple that was found from the 13th century BC. So that's the site of Lachish, and again, a double-walled city. You can see one wall, 2 walls, 1 gate, 2 gates, the palace. And this is probably what the city looked like. This is during the time of the divided kingdom when Judah was strong and healthy. So the outer gate would have been, I hear an echo. Can you just lower me just a little? That might be good. Thank you. So the outer gate here, as you see, entering this way. And the inner gate was a 6-chamber gate, 3 chambers on each side, 1, 2, and 3, and 1, 2, and 3. Of course, this has been reconstructed for us, but something interesting was discovered there in that last chamber. Just a couple of years ago, they found a number of pieces of pottery, as well as 2 actually horned altars. There's 1 and 2. I have a close-up picture of it. There's 1 and 2. So what in the world is a 4-horned altar doing in a gate? Apparently, this community also, just like Dan and Beersheba and Arad, the people who lived in these cities, had a makeshift temple cultic center here in the gate. There's this guy pointing to what was one of the horns of the altar, similar to the larger altar that was located in Jerusalem. But they also found this. Now, any idea what this may be? What's that? A toilet, yes. No one's willing to say it out loud, right? A toilet. What in the world is a toilet doing in the gate? So here is what was found. Again, the altars and the toilet right behind where the altars were initially discovered. So could it be that there was a precedent back in the days of Jehu? They demolished the sacred stone of Baal and tore down the temple of Baal, and people have used it for a latrine to this day. Could it be that Hezekiah and even Josiah, though this dates closer to Hezekiah's time, what better way to get rid of a cultic false worship center than to put a toilet there, to desecrate it? So isn't this interesting? Jehu did something similar about 200 years before. So I told you to look at the siege ramp. Well, when we take a look at this particular item, in fact, here's a closer view of it. It's written in cuneiform. It's called the Taylor Prism. It was discovered in 1830, donated to the British Museum. In fact, that's where the picture comes from. And what it's all about is it's the words of King Sennacherib, who is pictured right there in the middle of this image. He's actually being honored by his sons, one of whom would actually kill him in 681 BC. So Sennacherib, he's mentioned in the Bible. He took reign in 705 BC, and when we go to the British Museum, we see something very, very interesting, a whole relief that came from the Palace of Nineveh, indicating in great detail the battle that took place against the Judeans by the Assyrian army led by King Sennacherib. So there you see the Judeans on top of the tower with little bows and arrows, and here comes this big battering ram on the siege ramp of the Assyrians. Here's women and children being deported from the city, and it's quite remarkable in its detail. Sennacherib was not able to take Jerusalem, so therefore he wanted the honor of at least telling his people that he took this city of Lachish. And when we open our Bibles to Isaiah 36 and 7, guess what we read? The very battle in detail of Lachish. So here is that battering ram on the siege ramp, and just quite amazing in how Sennacherib was wanting to really honor himself by telling his people, yes, we didn't take Jerusalem. And we read about that, by the way, in like 2 Chronicles chapter 32, and yet they were able to take Lachish. So let's fast forward about 120 years, maybe 110 years. And in 1935, the Lachish letters were found. Now these are called ostraca. An ostraca is a piece of pottery with an inscription on it. 18 or 20, depending on how you count them, of these ostraca were found in 1935 by a guy named Jonathan Starkey. And here is Lachish letter number 4, as we call it. You can see the Paleo-Hebrew written on this potsherd. This is a guy named Aaron Are, who's actually handling it. In fact, I just showed my group, I think maybe even Bernie, I showed you this displayed at the Israel Museum just a couple months ago. But this is what the inscription says. Now, this dates to the beginning of the 6th century BC, when the Bible says the Babylonians are advancing now against Jerusalem. And the inscription says this, "And your servant is not sending him there anymore, but when morning comes around, and may my Lord be apprised that we are watching for the fire signals of Lachish, according to all the signs which my Lord has given, because we cannot see Azekah." Now you can see on this map the locations of these two cities, including Jerusalem. So when we do a drum roll and open up our Bibles, guess what we read from Jeremiah chapter 37 by a prophet who's contemporary during this whole time of the Babylonian siege, this is what Jeremiah says: when the king of Babylon's army fought against Jerusalem and all the cities of Judah that were left, against Lachish and Azekah, for these were the only fortified cities left of the cities of Judah. So isn't it interesting that the archaeological inscription says exactly the same thing as Jeremiah chapter 34, verse 7. There's a perfect match, and that's exactly what we should expect. And a new discovery of a Canaanite temple was destroyed in the 13th century, and we think that maybe the Philistines destroyed it. But here is the incense altar that was found, and also a bronze cauldron and some Canaanite gods, probably the god Baal, the storm god, or the god of rain and thunder there on our left. So isn't that interesting that this Canaanite temple was destroyed? Now there are some, even evangelical scholars, who hold to a 13th century conquest date and not a 15th century date. So if that's the case, it could be that the Israelites actually destroyed this Canaanite temple. Remember in Joshua chapter 10, they took the city in 2 days. But I hold myself to an earlier date, so perhaps it was the Philistines who destroyed this city back in the 13th century. Let's move on to another site called Shiloh. And this is an archaeological site that was excavated back in the 70s and 80s, and now recently by Dr. Scott Stripling. You'll hear his name shortly again, but this is the site of Shiloh, where the tabernacle, which took a more permanent structure now, after the Exodus, of course, and the wanderings in the deserts, but it was here for over about 305 years. Now, Leon Rittmeyer, who's the expert on the temple in Jerusalem, suggests that the tabernacle was situated on top of this tell. Remember, the stories of Samuel being called by God happened here. So Samuel himself, as a small boy, spent time here in the tabernacle along with Eli, the priest who was serving this tabernacle. Now, in the off-season, archaeologists spend their time reconstructing pottery. So these are big storage jars, and you can see how they are very carefully pieced together. But Dr. Stripling's team found a very interesting couple of things, actually. He found a big Middle Bronze Canaanite wall, and they incorporated, the Israelites that is, they incorporated this wall into their much later structures, maybe storerooms for the tabernacle. So whereas these structures date to the time of the Israelites, this wall predates these structures and dates to the time of the Canaanites in about 1600 BC. So if there's a good wall, why destroy it? Let's use it and incorporate it into our city. So here it is again, the Middle Bronze brown in this description, the big wall here, and the storehouses perhaps attached to this wall. So they found a number of interesting things, like a burn level that corresponds to the 11th century, because when we read 1 Samuel 4, we do remember that the Philistines destroyed Shiloh and they stole the Ark of the Covenant in chapter 4. Here is a burn level that we see here, probably corresponding to that time period. But they also found, and this is most interesting, 3 horned altars. Could this be one of the altar corners of the temple sacrificial altar that was residing here in this tabernacle? So that's quite amazing. And let's move on to Gezer as well, another city in the Shephelah. There you see the city and the Ajalon Valley behind it. So let's make some more connections with Gezer, but let's fly over the site before we do anything else. Gezer was an Old Testament site, a Canaanite site. At least 3 Egyptian pharaohs would destroy it over the course of a number of centuries. We'll talk about that, and you'll see evidence of that as well. Gezer, my mom used to call it Geezer. I go, no, Mom, Then she would say, oh, that's what I am. I'm an old geezer. I go, no, Mom, wrong again. It's pronounced Gezer, and it was excavated 100 years ago by McAllister, and now recently by Steve Ortiz and Dr. Aaron Mayer and others as well.
Located along the Ajalon Valley, this Canaanite city was well fortified with towers, walls, and gates, as well as an impressive water system.
There's a big Canaanite tower, the wall, and some what we think is sort of the barracks for Canaanite soldiers. I dug here in 2016 or 17, and you'll see some of that in just a moment. Here's the gate structure. This is all Middle Bronze Canaanite, 1600, 1650, but these ruins are from the Solomonic time period, and there is a gate.
Later, King Solomon refortified this city with this 6-chamber gate.
So we were flying now in to the city. Here's the gate right here. There was even a drainage channel underneath the floor of the entranceway. But 3 chambers on this side, 3 on this other side. We'll talk about gates in just a moment. So the city of Gezer. And finally, a high
An
place.
ancient high place with standing stones was also discovered here.
Look at the topography around it. It's more flat. This is the coastal plain to the west in the area of Tel Aviv. But these 10 standing stones were placed, very typical of Canaanite high places. Gezer, by the way, was destroyed. It makes the list of Joshua in Joshua 12. It was destroyed by Joshua himself. So here is the excavation. It's a little dark. Here's the Canaanite tower, the wall, and the gate complex. But most interestingly, we actually dug lower at the gate area to see what was below the foundation of the gate. And yet I spent a couple days, and thankfully only a couple days, down in this water system. This was excavated 100 years ago by this guy named McAllister. It's about a 45-degree angle with Canaanite steps cut into the rock, and they reach the aquifer, the water table, if you will, and this is how the city obtained water back in the days of not only the Canaanites, but even during the times of Solomon. So what we did is we built this ramp, and we basically spent a lot of time excavating big bagfuls of debris and dirt, and then they would be hoisted up this ramp. So it was a muddy job, but you can see underneath these sandbags that were meant to protect the original steps below. These are the Canaanite steps used by ancient people to obtain their water. So this is what we did, the bags that we extracted. It was not a clean job, but it was quite rewarding because we wanted to sort of empty out this water system. So in a course of an excavation, we find a lot of pottery like this, mud brick, and lots and lots of pottery. In fact, this particular, I'm sure you can't see it from a distance, but at least you can tell that all of this sheet actually indicates the different kinds of vessels, from cooking vessels to storage jars to oil lamps, you name it. So when we find pottery like this, the experts can actually tell right away where these pieces came from. So how about some speed digging? So what we did in this particular season, and I guess I'm the guy in the red with the neon green hat, we're opening up what we call a probe square because we know that there was a lower wall below this present wall that dates to about 1600 BC. So we're very carefully extracting, and this is what we found, this particular wall that dates probably about 100 years earlier than the wall that we moved to get to it. So this is probably a storage or a type of room attached to the city wall. But a 22-year-old girl right next to me found this particular piece. This is my picture of it. Didn't look like much. It was in a bowl, and what was in the bowl was not really distinguishable. There it is, 2 items. You can see on the right, you really couldn't tell what it was, but it was taken away, and in the off-season, it was analyzed and cleaned, of course, and turns out that there was a golden scarab found on the left and the silver pendant. And we think that this was part of some Canaanite gods, similar to the Akkadian gods of Mesopotamia, Ishtar and Sin, the god of fertility, and the goddess of fertility, and the god of the moon. So isn't that amazing? A 22-year-old girl without any experience finds the most important discovery of that season. You just never know what you're going to find. And then the 6-chamber gate, we already talked about it. 3 chambers on one side, 3 on the other, with the big gate right here. This would have been built by King Solomon. How do we know that? Because 1 Kings 9 tells us that he refortified 3 cities as administrative centers: Gezer, Hatzor, and Megiddo. So we attribute this gate that probably looked like this. And again, in times of siege, the soldiers would have been positioned on top of the gates, and maybe extra weaponry stored in the chambers of the gates. But in peaceful times, the gate area was where decisions would be made. Think of Ruth chapter 4, when Boaz wants to marry Ruth. Where do they meet? With all the city officials at the city gate. In fact, at Gath, a couple of years ago when I dug there, we found the official's seat. So there was actually a seat where the official made his rulings from, and this was always inside the gate. So a typical gate, not only characteristic of Canaanite gates, but later Israelite gates as well. Steve Ortiz, actually, in another area, excavated 3 skeletal remains that were apparently brought to an end by the Egyptians. And I'm going to tell you this because of what this dates to and what we can find and discover from Egypt. So there's this poor guy. Apparently this big boulder or 2 is right on his chest cavity. You can see his skull and his rib cage right there and his legs. So this guy was not having a good day. But we think we know who did this, who destroyed Gezer in the 13th century. It's this guy named Merneptah. He reigned in the late 13th century. This piece called the stele, the Merneptah stele, was found in 1896. And here at the bottom of the stele, about right here, it says Canaan has been plundered, Ashkelon has been overcome, and Gezer has been captured. And oh, by the way, Israel is mentioned. So we already know by this inscription that Israel had already a presence in the land of Canaan in the 13th century. So could it be that this guy was the guy who destroyed Gezer in the 13th century and was responsible for the deaths of those 3 Canaanites? This is what he looks like today. I would also like to say that he's not having a good day either, the way he looks. But one more Egyptian connection. On the right, you see what is called a cartouche. A cartouche is hieroglyphics written, and they all have symbols. Of course, the hieroglyphic system was based on symbols. And yet this type of cartouche was found in this casemate wall. It's a double wall that dates to the time of the 10th century or to the time of Solomon. Now we think that the cartouche that was found, according to Steve Ortiz, maybe dates to the time period of this pharaoh who's very unknown. He's not well known at all. His name is Si-Amun. Notice his dates, 986 to 967. He was the 6th pharaoh of the 21st dynasty. Why am I telling you this? It's because we can read 1 Kings chapter 9, and there is a pharaoh that's mentioned. This is what Solomon did, he refortified 3 cities, Hatzor, Megiddo, and Gezer. And oh, by the way, the Pharaoh, king of Egypt, could it be this guy, had attacked and captured Gezer. He set it on fire, killed its Canaanite inhabitants, and then gave it as a wedding gift to his daughter, Solomon's wife. So what's the connection? Could this be, this guy on the right, could be one of the father-in-laws of King Solomon? So that's quite an amazing connection, I think. And it, again, happened here at Gezer. But one more thing related to Gezer. About 100 years ago, this particular calendar was found. It's an agricultural calendar, and it's to be interpreted this way. 2 months of harvest, 2 months of planting, 2 months of late planting, 1 month of hoeing, barley harvest. Here's a month of harvest and festival, 2 months of grape harvesting, 1 month of summer fruit. It was signed by a guy named Abijah, a common name from the Bible, but it dates to the same time period that Solomon would actually read or write this. And I'm going to read it for you because whereas this is the calendar of the agricultural season, Solomon, at the same time, about 10th century, wrote this: there's a time for everything and a season for everything. A time to be born, a time to die, a time to plant, a time to uproot, a time to kill, heal, tear down, build up. You get the idea. The whole chapter 3 of Ecclesiastes is all about the seasons of life. So perhaps a correspondence as well, because it comes from the same time period as Solomon. One last sample archaeological site that I want to do in more detail is the city of Qumran. It's not a very big archaeological site, but it's the most important one because of the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls here. So let's watch a video and listen to exactly what Jeremiah would say in regard to hiding documents in clay jars. Qumran, it's located on the northwest corner of the Dead Sea, and it preserves the texts of Scripture that date from the 3rd century BC to the 1st century AD. City of Qumran. Here is the site.
In the days of the Old Testament, the prophet Jeremiah said this: "Take these documents, both the sealed and unsealed copies of the deed of purchase, and put them in a clay jar, so they will last a long time."
That's the Dead Sea, by the way, looking eastward to the hills of Moab.
Later in the 1st century, on the edge of the Judean desert and on the shoreline of the Dead Sea, those who lived here at Qumran did just this. They hid scrolls here. These scrolls are called the Dead Sea Scrolls today.
This is the area of one of the 12 caves where they actually found upwards to 930 texts or fragments of texts of Old Testament books, sectarian texts, and other documents. So cave 1 is located here, cave 2, cave 11, cave
In a
6.
total of 12 caves to date, scrolls, fragments of scrolls, and parchments have been found.
And you'll see cave 4 where the most of the scrolls are found in beginning in 1952, although the first scrolls were found in
These
1947.
scrolls and fragments of scrolls include every book of the Old Testament. The majority of the scrolls were found here in Cave 4.
This is cave 4, cave 5 was here, cave 10 is on top, 7 and 8 are here, 6 is here, and 12 is off to the south.
Many other texts have been found that describe in detail the Essene community, the authors of the scrolls.
There's cave 4. So the significance of Qumran here in cave 1, as the 1952 picture indicates, this is my picture from a couple years ago, and the 2 clay jars that were found in this cave containing 2 scrolls of Isaiah, actually, and a few other scrolls as well. There's cave 4 once again. And inside cave 4, so the Dead Sea Scrolls provide us the earliest text of the Hebrew Bible. It predates the Masoretic text from the 10th century AD. So these texts predate by at least 1,000 years the earliest Hebrew text that we had up to this point. There's the 10 Commandments in cave 4, 4Q41, fragment 41, found in cave 4. This is the 10 Commandments. Here you can see how many portions of Genesis and Deuteronomy and even the book of Psalms were found over the course of the 1952 to 1956 excavation. Just a couple samples of what the text looks like. And I really think this is interesting. A commentary, it's called a Pesher, of Habakkuk, as it's pronounced. Look how clear that Hebrew is. Any 6-year-old Israeli kid could read this text dating 2,000 years ago. The longest scroll, almost 26 feet, is the Temple Scroll, found in 1956. And yet, interestingly enough, they found something called the Messiah Scroll. And the people who wrote this, probably the Essenes, they were a Jewish sect who did not like what the Sadducees were doing to the temple, by the way, in Jerusalem. So their view of the Messiah was that he was not only of the line of David, the branch of David, but he also would be one who would be acting as priest and interpreter. That sure sounds like our Messiah, Jesus, does it not? Who knows if they knew of Jesus, but that's an interesting connection. But I want to at least show you what Psalm 151 says. Now you're scratching your head and you're going, I thought we only had 150 Psalms. Well, there were a few extra Psalms found, and this is what we call Psalm 151. In fact, in my Devotional Treasures book, I have the text. I'll show you what this whole text of Psalm 51 says. This was penned by David. Why it's not in our canon of Scripture, I guess we'll never know. Smaller was I than my brothers, says David, and yet younger than the sons of my father, yet he appointed me shepherd for his sheep and ruler over his kids. My hands have made a flute, my fingers a lyre, and I have given glory to Yahweh. I said in my soul, oh, that the mountains would bear witness for me, and oh, that the hills would tell. The trees have taken away my words, and the sheep my works. For who can tell, and who can speak, and who can reaccount my works? The Lord of all saw, God of all, he heard, and he has heeded. He sent his prophet to anoint me, Samuel, to make me great. My brothers went out to him, handsome in form and handsome in appearance, tall in their height, handsome with their hair. Them did Yahweh God not choose, but he sent and took me behind the sheep, I should say, and anointed me with holy oil, and he appointed me leader for his people and ruler over the sons of his covenant. To hear the humility of David's words here, it's remarkable discovery. So among the ruins were cornflake bowls, and oil lamps and sandals. And what's to be seen at the site are huge cisterns and ritual baths and scriptoriums where the Essenes penned their text. The question is, what did they do with these scrolls? Of course, they put them in jars, but were they the good ones that they wanted to protect against the Romans, who actually would come in about 69 AD, destroy this site? Or were they the bad scrolls that they were giving improper burial for? Today, a Jew, after a scroll would sort of go out of use, they would not just throw it away, but they would actually bury it on the top of the Mount of Olives. So we're not sure. And we also think that a scroll like this is the Isaiah scroll, was very, very written in very good Hebrew and Aramaic. And there's a portion of Isaiah 61 as we conclude session 4 talking about Jesus. Remember, when the scroll is handed to him in the synagogue at Nazareth, he chooses to read this passage. So I just wanted to show you what the Hebrew text would have looked like when Jesus was handed the scroll of Isaiah. What I'm not saying is that this was the scroll. What I am saying is that the text probably of that scroll looked very similar to this. So we'll talk about Isaiah 61 when we get there. So let's now go to an archaeological dig, and we'll do this as quickly as possible. I want to give you an idea of what it means to dig and what's included and how that all works. So let's start with this site called Gath or Talasaphi. There's the Philistines pictured here. Remember, Gath was the home of Goliath, the giant. So we wake up at 4:45. We're out in the field by 5:15 or 5:30. The sun's coming up. Since this was the first week of the dig, we're gathering all of our tools, the picks, the axes, the hand tools, the wheelbarrows, and we're ready to dig. First thing that we have to do is clear out the area where we're going to dig from the winter debris. And then we set up canopies, and all of a sudden we have shade, and we're ready to excavate after about 2 hours of preparation. So I focused in on this gate area. This was the water gate. Water gate, no pun intended, but maybe this was where the Philistines, who lived here, by the way, where they secured their water outside the gate. So let's do some quick digging here as we are extracting maybe 2 or 3 inches at a time. We're not digging holes, we're sort of scraping evenly the dirt, and we're collecting the dirt in the black jar, the buckets I should say, and collecting pottery in the blue ones. So when we decide where to dump the dirt, look how small the piles are at this point. So we're in our square. We have hand tools. We're brushing all the time. At the end of the day, we're brushing dirt for pictures. We're finding Philistine pottery. This is glazed. It's multicolors called bichromeware. These are very, very typical of Philistine pottery dating from the 10th and 9th century BC. When we clean the pottery, look at how colorful these pieces are. Probably Goliath did not touch these, since these date to about 100 years, I should say, after Goliath. So, but when we restore Philistine pottery, this is what we come up with. So we diagram everything, we document discoveries, and we keep on dumping dirt. Notice the piles getting bigger and bigger. So we're finding bottoms of cups and bowls, and we're taking away this particular wall. We do know that this gate system was refortified with this temporary wall that this my friend from New Zealand is taking away. And we know this because 2 Kings chapter 12 tells us that when Hazael the Aramean comes, he actually destroys the city for good in 830 BC. So what the Philistines did to slow down the forward progress of the enemy is they built these temporary mud and earthen walls to slow down the advance through the gate area. So we're digging some more, and more time on our hands and knees as we continue to scrape off the dirt, the levels, collect the dirt, collect the pottery. And we're finding juglets. I found this particular piece, not intact, but you can see a very small juglet, a small water jar. Here's an oil lamp that still has some black residue on it. A stone, a basaltic stone, that was used for crushing grain. And another second juglet top. So this is quite interesting. And of course, Did I mention that we're hauling a lot of dirt around, and our dirt pile is getting bigger and bigger? So it's not Indiana Jones glamorous. We're eating very common things like eggs and cucumbers and tomatoes and fruits for breakfast at about 8:30 in the morning. And then in the afternoon, we're cleaning pottery. We're washing and scrubbing every single piece like this. It's tedious. And there's Aaron Mayer. You saw and heard of him before. He's going through all the types of pottery to see if anything was missed. And again, look at how many types of pottery we have. In 2009, he actually found a two-horned altar. Again, the Philistines had a very similar sacrificial altar, two horns instead of the four that the Israelites have. So if we're getting back to our handout, let's resume this, and here's another fill in the blank, because when we talk about dating structures, it's pottery that helps us do that. Pottery, pottery, pottery. It's the primary means of dating these stratigraphic layers. So this, on the top of the picture is just 1 day's worth of pottery. So we let it dry in the sun, which takes about 10 minutes, and the next day we're going through all of that. And yet, look at all the pottery, and this reminds us of how we are to be pieces of clay in the hands of the potter. So let's sort of leave the ancient world, and I want to show you a video of a guy, an Arab guy, actually in Hebron, who's reminding us that the potter is making these vessels. We are to be like clay in the potter's hands, using these references from Isaiah and Jeremiah, as we are reminded that we are to be vessels used by God for His redemptive purpose. Just enjoy this modern video of this guy who's quite good at making these vessels today. We are the clay, God, you are the potter. I think he's done a few or so, huh? It's pretty good. We are to be molded in the image of Christ. All kinds of images can surface here, life lessons as we avail ourselves to the Master's hands so that we can be formed for a redemptive purpose. So this last part of this archaeological session, we're going to look at some significant archaeological discoveries that help us confirm the Bible's historicity. And I want to start with a very brand new excavation, actually not an excavation, but a discovery, and it was just announced last week. So this is brand new. Dr. Scott Stripling. What he did is they went to Mount Ebal, one of the mountains of cursing. There's Mount Gerizim and Mount Ebal. It's mentioned in the text. But what was discovered, in fact, let me go forward, and then I'll go back to this, what it says. He found in a wet sifting project, Professor Zertal, actually in the 80s, excavated this altar at Mount Ebal. It's mentioned, by the way, this altar, that Joshua built one on Mount Ebal. And also, this was the mountain of cursing. So through wet sifting, this particular piece, it's actually folds out and was a lead curse tablet. And what is so significant about it, and let me just go back to this one, is that it says this: cursed, 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 cursed by the God Yahweh, you will die cursed, cursed you will surely die, cursed by Yahweh, cursed, cursed, cursed. Up to this point, the earliest name of Yahweh that appears is most likely from a silver amulet that came from a tomb, and you'll see this later on, in Jerusalem. It's actually a tomb in the Hinnom Valley. But this could be the earliest mentioning of the name of Yahweh, and archaeologists now date this to the 12th or 13th century BC. So this has not been confirmed yet, but Dr. Stripling thinks that this is a monumental discovery. Now, the scholarship world in archaeology is talking about it, and they'll be looking and confirming its validity. But isn't that amazing? This particular curse tablet. And again, you see the references to Mount Ebal, Deuteronomy 27, Joshua 8, and of course Joshua 8:30 is the building of the altar. So we'll see what happens, see if this is confirmed, but this is very, very exciting news. But I would think another very exciting discovery was back in the late 1800s, this discovery of Hezekiah's Tunnel. Now, Hezekiah's Tunnel starts here at the Gihon Spring, and it runs 1,720 feet. It goes like this, and it deposited water out here to the southern part of the city of David. And this is what route it took. We know that 2 teams of rock cutters actually built this tunnel at the same time that this Sennacherib, the Assyrian king, was surrounding Jerusalem. So one team started here, one team started here, until they met in the middle. We can still walk through this tunnel today. In fact, let's do that right now. So we have water shoes on, we have flashlights in our hands, and we're having a good time. You can see the chisel marks on both sides of this tunnel. It's mentioned in 2 Kings 20, 2 Chronicles 32, and Isaiah chapter 8, verse 6. So this is a remarkable discovery that matches perfectly with the biblical text. Again, it's 1,710 feet long. And at the very end of the tunnel, this inscription was found. This was a replica, of course, and also another replica, but it says on 6 lines how the tunnel was cut. 2 teams, like I mentioned, until their picks and their voices were 3 cubits apart, maybe 4 feet or so. They heard each other's voices and their picks, and they finally broke through, meeting in the middle. So this is quite amazing. An opening was made, and the water then flowed from the Gihon Spring, 1,200 cubits. So it's mentioned in the Bible, and wouldn't you know it, it's found archaeologically over 100 years ago. So this guy named Sennacherib mentions Jerusalem. He says, "As for Hezekiah the Jew, who did not submit to my yoke, like a bird in a cage, I shut up Jerusalem, his royal city." But God would have the last laugh, because one day they woke up and 185,000 Assyrians were dead around Jerusalem, and the city was protected. So here's another excavation. We'll stay in Jerusalem for the time being. Here in what is called the Ophel excavation. The late Elat Mazar actually found this particular piece. It's called a bullae or a seal, and it mentions the name of Hezekiah. Here's the winged scarab, which is interesting. Right there, and the symbol of life, according to the Egyptians, appears on this seal, which is very unusual and unique. Why would a Judean seal have an Egyptian sign of life on it? Well, that's a question that can't be answered, but here the word Hezekiah actually appears here in the text of the seal. Now, 6 months earlier, they found this particular seal that mentions Isaiah the prophet. Isaiah the prophet. This is the word Isaiah, and this is the word prophet, although the last letter is missing, but we think it's Navi, the letter Yud right here, so it's most likely the same prophet mentioned in the Bible. Also, another name from Scripture appears on a very small bullae, a piece of clay. His name is Nathan Melech, the servant of the king. So let's go to Caesarea and talk about another inscription that was found. This one is in Latin. It dates to the 1st century AD, and it mentions the name Tiberium, the emperor of the day. And then this word, can you read it? Pilatus. Pilatus. Does that sound like anyone in the Bible? As in like Pontius Pilate. So here, Pilate, the same Pilate in the Bible, was residing at Caesarea, and a couple times a year he would go to Jerusalem. And the Bible records his activity there. He would be the one who would be sentencing Jesus to crucifixion. Here we have the inscription of Pilate, a guy mentioned in the Bible, found in 1961 at Caesarea. Also, another name that appears in the Bible, Achish, was found on this particular piece, and he was a Philistine ruler. And that's, again, a biblical connection with a biblical name surfacing on an inscription. If we go all the way to the north, we can also, again, talk about the high place of Jeroboam, right there. And this has been an interesting discussion as well. Here's the base of the altar. We think that these steps were built by King Ahab, who continued this false worship cultic practice here at Dan. The steps of the high place we can see here, and the high place itself at this elevation. We read this in 1 Kings chapter 12. But initially, this whole idea of establishing a cultic center originated back in the days of the judges by the grandson of Moses, who probably built this smaller altar as a way to set up a high place and an idol system here at Dan as they took the city from the city residents of Laish. So, some unkosher worship practices at Tel Dan. I'm digging, by the way, in June at Tel Dan, really close to this high place. So, talking about Tel Dan, in 1993, this inscription was found. It mentions the house of David. Now, that's an interesting discovery because to this point, the name David never really appeared outside the Bible. But this discovery of this inscription is quite amazing. In fact, this is a gal named Gila Cook, who was the field architect for the excavations. And I won't go into the detail, but in July 21st is when it was discovered. And around 2 o'clock in the middle of the day, Baran, who was the main excavator, looked up at me. This is Gila speaking. He was ready to go. He was ready to end the day. And Gila says, "Come down already, quickly." She found something interesting. And Baran comes down and sees what she discovered. And he noticed that there was a Hebrew letter, Kuf, and a row of characters. And Gila says, how do you say in the proper Hebrew, I'm going to make your day. So this interesting conversation of how this was found accidentally almost at the end of the day with the sun shining off this stone. Baran was quite fascinated, and of course he really understood the importance of the inscription. So it's an amazing way of how this was discovered right outside of this gate. So the David or Dan inscription mentions the name of David. It was probably written by Hazael in 830 BC, and at another archaeological site, this particular 3-inch ceramic head was discovered, and it could be the person who wrote that inscription. We've already been at Tel Arad, but let's go back to Tel Arad. Here in the high place at this Judean city, they found something interesting in the high place, or the Holy of Holies here. And this is probably what the makeshift temple looked like here. Again, the Judeans were also distracted with false worship and cultic ritual. But here on top of one of these stones, they actually found some cannabis. Cannabis, yes, cannabis. So not only were they worshiping falsely, but they were pretty much high in doing it, let's just say. So isn't that interesting? They just, through some new technology, were able to analyze that. So when you were buried in the days of the New Testament, after your body would decay from the bones, your bones would be placed in ossuaries like this. This particular one housed the bones of Caiaphas, the high priest, the same Caiaphas mentioned in the Bible. Whereas this ossuary, a little less ornate, was indicative of a guy who was most likely crucified by the Romans. So notice that the nail, the Roman nail, goes through the side of the ankle area and not on the front of the foot. We typically think, for instance, Jesus was placed on the cross with a nail going through the front of his foot. Could this be that maybe they were attached with the nail going through the ankle area and attached to the side of the vertical beam? Again, it just may give us some hints as to how people were crucified. In 1986, let's go up to the Galilee. They found this boat. It's a first century boat. Can you picture Jesus and his disciples in a boat like this? In fact, I have to share this bit of sad news. Just a couple days ago, there was another terrorist attack in Tel Aviv. And the two brothers who discovered this, one of the brothers has a son. And that son was one of the three who was killed by the terrorists in Tel Aviv just 2 days ago. I just found this out last night. Very, very sad. I met the two brothers who found this. But their son, 31 years old, unfortunately died in the terrorist attack. But let's go back to Jerusalem and the Hinnom tombs. So the top of this tomb has now been taken away. So all that's what we can see now is the bench area where the bodies were laid. Underneath this bench is a big repository, a big opening where bones would be placed. Now, in the days of the Old Testament, bones were not collected in stone boxes. Rather, they were placed in the repository. So here you can see one body would have been laid here, 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 and here. So this was a family tomb. There I am, sort of simulating how it worked. And yet a couple students here are indicating how many this tomb could have held. Again, after the body would decay, the bones would be placed in this repository here. Look how many vessels they found in this repository, including this one. It's the same picture here, but with the superimposed inscription so we can read it. It's in the Paleo-Hebrew. It dates to the 7th century BC, and it really, as of 2 weeks ago, this was the earliest and the only mentioning of the name of Yahweh outside the Bible. This particular piece comes from Numbers chapter 6. May the Lord bless you and keep you. In Hebrew. So it's an amazing discovery in 1979. And then one more that's really recent, at a place called Khirbet El Rai. This has been excavated since 2015, and one of the directors is a guy named Dr. Kyle Keimer. He actually contributes to our ministry. We do a lot of teaching videos together. There's Kyle right there on the right. Well, on the last day of the dig in this grain silo, this inscription was found. In fact, Kyle found the third missing piece. And here's the inscription. It's the name of Jerubbaal, which was the alternative name for this guy named Gideon in the Bible. Isn't that amazing? Kyle actually found this last piece. Here is the name Jerubbaal, dates to the 1100 BC time period corresponding to when Gideon lived. So we're going to conclude this session with a hypothetical archaeological excavation. So the question is, what's the relationship between the archaeology and the Bible? So let's just say at this hypothetical site, grasses and woods and stone walls were found. Okay, this would not be uncommon at all. But the question is, where do we start? With the Bible or with archaeology? So let's ask ourselves three related questions. Would injecting a story help or hinder our objectivity? If you were an archaeologist, is it proper for you or me to inject a story like from the Bible to help us know what to dig? Would it persuade us what to look for or what we should find? And would it influence our interpretation of the evidence in any way? These are all three good questions, right? And we can probably spend a half hour discussing this. Well, this guy, Dr. Israel Finkelstein, said, I strongly believe that one needs to conduct archaeological research in the best of methods and carry out biblical exegesis in the best of methods. There is no need to start from a perspective of either confirming or dismissing the historicity of a given biblical text. This guy is what we call a minimalist. He does not believe that the Bible is historically accurate. He still believes that David is a mythological character just mentioned in the Bible. He's not kosher in his view of Scripture. So I would disagree pretty much with the last part of this statement. But the question is, if we take the Bible seriously, can we use it in the field of archaeology? So one way to illustrate this is to ask this fourth question. What story from childhood do you know that involves grass, wood, or stone? I'll bring in the picture slowly, so that you can see what I'm referring to. It's the story of what? The three pigs. Okay, how many of you remember this story? Well, according to Israel Finkelstein, the Bible should be viewed no differently than a story from our childhood. And of course, we disagree with that completely, because the big difference is that the Bible is not some made-up story or fairy tale. It's the historically accurate Word of God. So I think we can use the Bible in one hand and the spade in the other, and use the two to help us discover and interpret what we do find. Through the wealth of data uncovered by historical and archaeological research, we are able to measure the Bible's historical accuracy. In every case, the Bible is reliable. I know of no finding in archaeology that's properly confirmed, which is in opposition to the Scriptures. The Bible is the most accurate history textbook the world has ever seen. So that ends this session. How are we doing? Do we want to just roll into the next one, or you need to get up and take a break and have a cookie? Okay, let's take a break and have a cookie. And then we'll continue with our next one. Cookie. I know which one I'm going to go for. Maybe I'll have two. I don't know. Okay, we ready to start? I'll blow the horn.
Which, how much is this book?
That's 15. That didn't do too good. I had too many brownies in my mouth. There we go. All right. You can bring your brownie into the sanctuary, I guess, if you want. Thank you. They were very, very good. Cookies and brownies. We'll want to launch into this next fourth session, and we'll see how far we get. I know we're going to break at 12 for lunch, and that's a good thing. So there's this session, and then a session on Jerusalem, and then a session on the customs and culture of the Bible. We'll see how far we get after lunch. So thanks again for the cookies and brownies, Katie and Paula. And Bernie, you didn't have anything to do with the cookies, did you?
Well, yes, I put some of the Reese's cups.
That's good, yeah.
You had to do it at a certain time.
You were the taste tester, right, Bernie? Oh,
And stood point.
yeah.
Okay, well, people are here. We're going to be breaking for lunch around noon, and we'll take about a half hour for lunch. With the number of people, we'll get through real quick. So just be aware we'll have the lunch during that time, and then we'll finish up after the lunch.
Okay, well, this one will be an eye-opening session. It's on the life and ministry of Jesus. And our plan is to proceed with understanding how Jesus taught, what he taught, where he taught, all these kinds of things. All this is forthcoming. In fact, this is our strategy of looking at this. Now, we could spend all the rest of the day talking about the Hebraic background, but our goal is to understand Jesus so that we can have a deeper understanding of who he was, who he is still, and all about how he taught as recorded in the Gospels. Our challenge is that we live in a 21st century world, and yet we want to get back to the world of the first century. So here's a few opening quotes, and these are some fill-in-the-blanks if you are doing this. The roots of Christianity run deep into Hebrew soil. Hebrew soil. Marvin Wilson, by the way, at the back part of your handout, you have a resource listing. And the first book I would invite you to read if you're interested in understanding Jesus from a Hebraic background is the book by Marvin Wilson. It's called Our Father Abraham. Our Father Abraham. Not like the song, Father Abraham had many sons, boom, boom. You remember that song? You don't know the song? Some of you do. Okay, some of you don't. I digress. Marvin Wilson, Our Father Abraham. The second book I would read is by this guy named his name is Brad Young. Let me read his quote first. The place to begin searching for Jesus is in the world in which he grew. His roots were first century Judaism. His theology is Jewish to the core. Brad Young wrote a book, Jesus, the Jewish Theologian. That would be the second book I would read. Again, these are all topics that Christian universities, even seminaries, for the most part, there are a few exceptions, but they don't really focus on this. The theological teachings on Jesus are Jewish to the core, rooted in the Torah of Israel. Marvin Wilson once again. Jewish and Torah. The word Torah, by the way, as we typically define it as the first 5 books of the Bible, the initial word means instruction. David Biven, another scholar in Hebraic backgrounds. It cannot be overemphasized that the key to an understanding of the New Testament is a fluent knowledge of Jewish culture. And then one that will be maybe a little troubling to you, Dr. Tom Tribblehorn. We studied together in Jerusalem. Tom teaches in a seminary in Florida. But I think he understands the issues in today's church. How has the most of the Christian world missed the importance of the study of the Hebraic background of the Scriptures? The Jewish roots of the Christian faith have not simply been left unexplored, but they have too often been purposely and willfully ignored. I believe this is the result of the rise of anti-Semitism within the evangelical church. I'll just say it. I just did. I think this is the result of an unfortunate rise of anti-Semitism within the evangelical church, who are distancing themselves from a Jewish Jesus for the sake of modern political issues involving Israelis and Palestinians. There's such a movement towards a pro-Palestinian sentiment, then a respect for Israel as a nation. And I think this has sort of been leading into an overwhelming anti-Semitism, anti-Israel view of even who Jesus was as a Jewish rabbi. And this has to change. I could tell you some prominent names of evangelicals who are at the lead in this movement. I won't do that, but it's unfortunate. So I think this last statement is right on target. Unfortunately, it has been purposely and willfully ignored just because of the distancing away from anything Jewish related to Jesus. The crop of our knowledge about Hebrew heritage and Christian-Jewish relations that we continue to reap within the church is quite lean. Time has come for the church to have a renewed biblical vision. It has sown the seeds of neglect long enough. So let's talk about Jesus, where he lived. He lived in Nazareth. He grew up in Nazareth, born in Bethlehem, but grew up in the lower Galilee. Look how close it is to Sepphoris, which was the leading Jewish town in Jesus' day. In fact, when Jesus was about 10 years old, in 6 AD, Judas the Galilean revolted against the Romans, and he became a messianic figure. Jesus would have known this. He would have probably visited Sepphoris many times with his father Joseph. But notice the proximity between the lower Galilee and the Sea of Galilee basin, where Jesus, after the age 30, became an itinerant rabbi. And whereas he lived and grew up here, by the way, Megiddo, Hill of Moreh, Mount Tabor, the Jezreel Valley was the backyard of Jesus when he was growing up. But then Jesus would primarily spend his time around the Sea of Galilee. Today, Nazareth is nothing much more than a couple traditional locations, like the Church of Annunciation. There is some archaeology, first century houses. Did Jesus know who lived in this first century house? Probably. It was a small town, but big enough to at least have a synagogue, which means it had to have 10 men living there. It's called a minyan today. A minyan. At the Western Wall, if you have 8 or 9 people, you have to pray individually. I've seen it where they grabbed another 9th or 10th person so they have 10, and then they could respond to each other's prayers and pray in unison. It's called a minyan. Luke 4 tells us there was a synagogue here, which means the town probably was big enough for a synagogue for sure, but maybe the town looked like this, maybe a couple hundred people, but that's it. This is what prompted Nathanael to ask the question in John 1, remember? What good can come out of Nazareth? We even have Jewish sources like the Jewish Talmud that doesn't even mention Nazareth at all. So it was a very small, unknown city. This is where Jesus grew up. Right across the Beit Netophah Valley is a city called Cana or Cana. It's mentioned in John 2 and also John 4 when Jesus passes by this city. It's a site that's off the beaten track. I went there in October to take that picture, but we know that this was a part of one of many Jewish towns and villages here in the lower Galilee area. There were over 200 towns and villages, actually 207. About a dozen or 14 of them were fortified. So here are the ruins of probably what was the synagogue at Cana. Even a ritual bath here, a ritual bath called a mikveh, a mikveh. But as I mentioned, this area of the lake was Jesus' primary area of serving. He made his home base the city of Capernaum, probably a town of about 1,500 or 2,000 people. These are first century structures. In fact, let's fly over Capernaum. The word Capernaum, Capharnaim, means the village of Nahum, as in Nahum the prophet. So let's fly over this city. By the way, our drone project is not as dark as it appears on the screen. It's a full high-definition image, and you'll enjoy having that if you feel led to get that. But here is Capernaum. Only a small portion has been excavated to date.
Capernaum was where Jesus spent most of his time during his ministry here in the Galilee. We see a 5th century synagogue built most likely over the 1st century one.
The white limestone is the 5th century synagogue.
Most of all the other ruins are from the days of Jesus.
Another angle. Wasn't supposed to drone here, so I went outside the area and droned over the synagogue. And remember, Jesus taught here. We can read Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 9, Luke 7, John 6, probably Luke 8 as well. But remember, it was along the Sea of Galilee where this happened.
Jesus also called his first disciples somewhere along the shoreline of the Sea of Galilee.
By the way, the water in the Tiberias Lake, Sea of Galilee, is the highest it's been in since 1991. The water comes up to here now. So this is Capernaum. Jesus knew the city well. It probably looked like this. This was one of 15 harbors as discovered in the 1990s by an amateur archaeologist named Mendel Noon. So the harbor area of Capernaum, and a very prominent city, right on the border of the area of Herod Antipas, who was one of the sons of Herod the Great, and Herod Philippus, or Philip, who reigned in the north. Another illustration of maybe what the city looked like in the days of Jesus. So these are first century ruins, steps that would have led to the second floor, and the 5th century synagogue. But underneath that 5th century synagogue that we see here was probably a 1st century synagogue, and you can see the difference of levels. 1st century here, 5th century here. So they just built on top of the 1st century synagogue, and what you see in red, according to the archaeological plan, represents 1st century. And what it looked like back in the days of 1950s when it was first excavated, this is what the synagogue looked like before it was reconstructed. But this map really indicates the distance Jesus traveled, pretty much on the west-northwest side of the lake, because the east side was the area of the Decapolis, the 10 cities, Gentile cities. Only once do we have recorded where in Mark 5 he comes over and exorcises the demons out of the man in this area here. So Jesus spent his time in the Galilee and certainly served many people there. Who Jesus was. Jesus was the Messiah. We all know and appreciate that. He was the anointed one. If you're filling in the blanks, that's another opportunity for you. He was God's Son, the Messiah, the Hamashiach. The Hamashiach. But Jesus was one of 6 or 7 others who were claiming to be the Messiah in the first century. This guy, Judas of the Galilee, he was the guy who revolted at Sepphoris. He's actually mentioned in the speech that Gamaliel gives in Acts chapter 5. He was a part of the Sanhedrin. But look at how many others were rising up to be messianic figures. Jesus, of course, as we know, was different than all of these. Number 1, he was virgin born. Isaiah chapter 7 was fulfilled. Jesus was born of the Virgin Mary. And that's the text of Isaiah 7 in the great Isaiah scroll found at Qumran, by the way. And he was of the shoot in the stump of Jesse. From his roots, a branch will bear fruit, says Isaiah and Jeremiah. So Jesus was indeed divine. That text in Isaiah 11 looks like this on the Isaiah scroll of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Jesus was Jewish. He was a Jewish teacher and lived in a very Jewish world. And he had followers. We call them Talmudim. We call them disciples, but they called them Talmudim. It's the plural of the word Talmud, student or followers. Now, what was a Talmud or Talmudim? Who were they? They were people who literally followed in the dust of their rabbi and sat at the feet of their rabbi. In other words, they did not want to miss a single word. In fact, this guy named Yosef ben Ozer in the 2nd century BC said, "Let your home be a meeting house for the sages, and cover yourself with the dust of their feet, and drink in their words thirstily." It wasn't as if you wanted to be covered literally with the dust, but you wanted to be figuratively covered with every bit of teaching possible. You didn't want to miss a single word. I think that word Talmudim goes much deeper than our word disciple. Jesus was an itinerant rabbi with smekah. Smekah. It's a word that means authority. Authority. How would he display his authority? Through his miracles, through his teaching. Jesus was deemed with authority, although we know from rabbinic sources that 4 or 5 other rabbis in Capernaum alone were also deemed with authority. So, what did Jesus do, or what Jesus did past tense? He taught about the kingdom of heaven, that term that appears in Matthew 5 in the Beatitudes, Sermon on the Mount, as Malchut Shemaim. Malchut Shemaim. It's a Hebrew term. He taught that the kingdom of heaven was at hand. So the kingdom of heaven, we'll be talking about that later. It was his go-to message. Jesus observed Jewish laws and practices. He wore a tallit and tefillin. In fact, I think I left my tallit in my bag, which is at Linda and Tom's house. I'll bring it maybe tomorrow. But a tallit looks like this. A tallit is a prayer shawl. In fact, we know that Jesus wore a prayer shawl. It was mandated by a passage in Numbers chapter 15. So when we read from Luke 8, which probably took place at Capernaum, we have this woman who has an issue of bleeding, remember? And she's eager to touch the hem of the prayer shawl. Now, the prayer shawl probably took a different form in the first century than it does now, But what was she doing this for? Could it be for this reason? The tassels that hang from the prayer shawl, they're called tzitz. They were attached to the corner of the prayer shawl. That word corner or hem of the garment is the word kanaf or kanafim, the plural of kanaf. Because kanafim also means wings, could it be that this woman believed that Jesus was the Messiah, and by touching the kanafim of Jesus' garment, she would be healed? Now, where in the world would she get such an idea? From the book of Malachi, chapter 4. But you who revere my name, the Son of Righteousness will rise with healing in its wings. It's the same word. And of course, Jesus heals her on the spot and says, daughter, your faith has healed you. It's the only time he would refer to a woman as daughter in the entire gospel account. In other words, it was her belief in who he was, and initially she thought by touching the hem of the garment that hung low near his feet, that would be what would heal her. But it was her faith, according to Jesus, who healed her. It's a remarkable story of transformation. But Jesus also wore phylacteries, or they're called telaphine. A phylactery was worn today on your head and around your arm. Orthodox Jews wear them all the time when they are doing morning prayers. Notice that this particular phylactery, and all of them have this, doesn't really show up much, but it looks like a W. You see it? It's actually the letter shin. The letter shin. A shin looks like a W. So here's a Star Trek trivia story. You know who Leonard Nimoy was. He died probably 5 years ago. He was a Ukrainian Jew. Interesting that we talk about Ukraine again. As a kid, he remembered when the rabbi would drape himself with the prayer shawl, and he would go like this with his fingers. It's the letter Shin. Shin is the beginning of Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu. Hear, O Israel, the Lord your God, he is one. It's also the same first letter of one of the names of God, El Shaddai. You've heard of El Shaddai, God Almighty. So at the end of the Shabbat service, Leonard Nimoy, in his own words, says, I peeked all the time, and I saw the rabbi go like this, the Lord bless you and keep you. He was pronouncing the blessing of God Almighty upon his people. So fast forward to the time of the shoot of Star Trek. The producer says, Leonard, do you have to come up with some Vulcan sign language? So guess what he did? It's a very Jewish symbol. It's the letter Shin that appears on every single telaphine or phylactery used by Jews today. So, true story. So, if I end the service tomorrow with doing this, only you will know what I'm doing. All the other people will think I'm some kind of Star Trekker fan, you know? Anyway. The life and ministry of Jesus, where Jesus taught. He taught in synagogues. Here's a model of the synagogue. It was a square or slightly rectangular structure. And Jesus was handed the scroll, in this case in Luke 4, and he read from the scroll. So people sat around on benches. In fact, we have at least a number of 7 or 8, depending on how you count them, first century synagogues. This is one of them. You see the benches? This probably could have fit maybe 50 people. So let's fly over Magdala and see this one particular synagogue. In fact, in Magdala, they think they've actually found a second synagogue, but that's not really confirmed yet in a new excavation. So that's quite interesting to find a synagogue dating to the time of Jesus. Now, Magdala is only mentioned in Matthew 16, but no doubt Jesus taught in this synagogue. So first of all,
The harbor of Magdala, the home of Mary Magdalene,
This is the harbor.
has been excavated. Jesus sailed into this harbor at least once.
So you see the water line in this drone, it's higher now, it's actually up to here. That means in the days of Jesus, the harbor came right to the water's edge. But you'll see the first century synagogue. Under everything that you're seeing here would be ruins. The city was a large city. There are some ruins here, current excavation here, but the synagogue is underneath this roof. So can you picture Jesus teaching here? And one in his audience was a demon-possessed lady named Mary.
Among the ruins of this first century city is the synagogue, one of only 7 that date to the time of Jesus.
So you walked in this way. So that's about it, but this picture is a better representation of the synagogue. A stone where the scrolls were laid. It's called the platform stone, and people would have sat around on benches. The year that this was discovered, the archaeologist's son was being bar mitzvahed here. So the site was closed, although we went in and through some connections, the associate archaeologist allowed us all, my group, to sit on the benches, and as we listened to a 20-minute lecture of how this was discovered. It's really, really cool. Now you can't, of course, get into the synagogue or sit in a synagogue, but around the bench area are beautiful mosaics. And yet we have another first century synagogue here in this diagram of Gamala. Let me also take you flying over Gamala with a drone. Gamala is a city that's 6 miles due east of the northern tip of the Sea of Galilee. This was a Jewish city since the 1st century BC. So I think also, even though Gamala is not mentioned in the Bible, Jesus would have taught from this synagogue as well. So let's take a look at Gamla. Gamla is from the Hebrew word gamal, which means camel. And there's the Sea of Galilee, by the way. And here's the site of Gamla. This was a city destroyed by the Romans.
In the days of Jesus, Gamala was a Jewish city located 6 miles east of the northern point of the Sea of Galilee. It was destroyed in the first revolt in 66 AD.
There's the synagogue. Oh, we'll see it again. Here's one of the towers and walls. Josephus says about 4,000 Jews died here in 66 AD. Josephus actually was here, but then he ran off away from the battle and became a historian for the Romans. Here is the synagogue. Coming there.
Another first century synagogue was uncovered here. While we cannot be sure Jesus taught from here,
Here it is.
we read Jesus went throughout Galilee, teaching in their synagogues and proclaiming the good news of the kingdom.
I think Jesus took a bus to the synagogue. What do you think? There's my wife right there she is. So, Jesus taught in a synagogue. There it is, once again, very modest, 65 by 45 or so. And yet there's another synagogue, a 3rd century synagogue right here. It's a place called Chorazin. Chorazin's mentioned as one of the 3 cities condemned by Jesus, Matthew 11. But what's interesting about Chorazin, it's a 3rd century synagogue, but just during the COVID season, by the way, have you ever heard of tree huggers? These are called pillar huggers, yeah. But they excavated down below this 3rd century synagogue. So here's a couple slides that I obtained of digging down below to what is believed to be the 1st century level. Here's the 3rd century level. Here's the 1st century level. So could it be that Jesus also taught here? Just a couple random pictures, big boulders, part of a floor. Metal detectors were used, and boulders were also moved away. And analyzing pottery, we think this was 1st century. All this pottery is 1st century, so pottery tells us what the structures date to once again. Matthew 23 mentions the Moses seat, the seat of authority, the most important seat in the synagogue. And then Jesus would go on to say, "Woe to you, teachers and Pharisees of the law." So Jesus condemned them because they taught one thing and they practiced a completely different thing. So where Jesus taught, in the Galilee primarily, a couple times he comes through Samaria, and then primarily only 7 or 8 times maybe, depending on how you count them, he comes to Jerusalem. And we'll talk about Jerusalem later today. So here's the temple courts. Again, more detail to come, the inner courts of the women. But remember, in relationship to the temple, when Jesus is asked about temple tax, remember? He says, well, go out fishing and you're going to find a coin in a fish's mouth. So what kind of coin did he find? This kind of Phoenician coin. It was minted in about 100 BC, and it was the drachma. It was worth money, enough money for 2 people to enter the temple. But it had to be exchanged into the half shekel coin when you got to Jerusalem. So Jesus, again, displayed his authority by knowing that that coin was going to be in that fish's mouth. We're going to sort of slow down to talk about how Jesus taught in this session. He taught within the established Jewish rabbinical system, thought and practice. He taught within the established Jewish rabbinical system. What do we mean by this? Let me illustrate in several ways. He taught and used primarily Hebrew, in my opinion, and Aramaic as well, but Hebrew. He also used something called the mashal, or parables. Jesus was not unique in using parables. Brad Young's dissertation for his PhD degree was to compare the 30 mashalim, that's the plural term, of Jesus' parables mentioned in the Gospels with the 5,000 other Jewish parables that were in circulation and used by rabbis either before, during, or after the time of Jesus. Don't let that disappoint you in any way. Jesus was simply teaching as every other rabbi did themselves by using parables. In fact, Jesus even, don't let this bother you, he even borrowed from parables mentioned by Hillel and Shammai, 2 rabbis that lived prior to him. He even borrowed parables, like the parable of the prodigal son in Luke 15. And he tweaked the ending, however, to cause a sort of a shock and awe surprise ending for his audience who was listening to that parable that day. So he borrowed and also created parables for teaching about the kingdom. We have 30 of them in the Gospels. They're called mashal or mashalim. But also Jesus used this word called remez or remez. It means hint. How many of you have ever heard of the term remez? Okay, 1. Okay, you are well read. Most people have never heard of the term. Remez means hint. So if I say Mary had a little lamb, what comes next? Okay, fleece is white as snow. I don't have to tell you that. I'm assuming you know that. All I have to do is trigger your thoughts by saying one phrase. If I say, oh, say, can you see? I don't have to say or sing the whole national anthem. You just know I'm referring to the national anthem. That's remez in its simplest form. Jesus used remez over 200 times in the Gospels. And let's see, if we want to really understand how Jesus taught and what he taught, you think it might be important to understand the whole concept of how he used remez, and yet we've never even heard of the term? That again is an illustration of how we have missed completely at times how Jesus taught and what he taught, if we don't even understand his typical way of communicating kingdom principles, using remez. I'm going to give you a couple examples. And some of these might be surprising. You may not agree with one of them, but I'd like you to keep an open mind as we talk about the first one. Literally, the second one is the one that may surprise you, but let's talk about this one. You've probably heard pastors teach about Matthew 11, which says, "Take my yoke upon you and learn of me, for I am gentle and lowly of heart, and you will find rest for your souls." First of all, before we get to the remez, a yoke in this case was not anything put around an animal's neck. A yoke was the way that a particular rabbi would interpret the law. Every rabbi had his own yoke. So right off the bat, we've misinterpreted Matthew 11. So Jesus had his own way of interpreting the law. But now he uses remez by borrowing this term from Jeremiah chapter 6, which says, "Stand in the ways and see, and ask for the old paths, where the good way is, and walk in it. Then you will find rest for your souls." All that Jesus had to do is say, "Rest for your souls," and automatically the audience who were listening to Jesus would have thought, "Oh, he's talking about this verse in Jeremiah." And how do we know that? We assume this because at the age 5, every kid began to learn and memorize the book of Leviticus. What book would you memorize first of the first 5? Probably not Leviticus, right? But by the age 10, you probably had the whole first 5 books memorized. By age 13, maybe some of the prophets, including Jeremiah and Isaiah. By the age 18 to 30, if you showed promise, then you were invited to be a part of a rabbinic school. And if you didn't, you were sent back to your father's profession. In other words, Jesus called 12 disciples who pretty much flunked out of rabbinic school. They didn't even make it that far. That really tells us who Jesus intentionally called, because it was the rabbi who would call people to be followers or part of the Talmudim following him. So anyway, Jesus most likely was assuming that people knew what Jeremiah 6 said. So the implication is this. Keep in mind the word yoke means the way that a rabbi would interpret. This is the implication. Only by following in the right paths of Jesus' interpretation of law can you find rest for your souls. Does that not change up our way of viewing a very simple, common passage in Matthew 11? I think it does. Here's the second one, and this is one that may be really eye-opening to you. On the cross, Jesus said in Aramaic, "Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani," which means, my God, why have you forsaken me?" This is what he said on the cross. Everyone heard him who were around the cross right before Jesus died. The question is, was Jesus being forsaken? Was he feeling forsaken by his heavenly Father? I would argue strongly that he was not feeling forsaken. And the reason for this is because of remez. You see, in that first century culture, Jesus was quoting from verse 1 of chapter 22 of Psalms. However, 22, 23, and 24 were grouped together and defined as the shepherding psalms. So could it be that Jesus was using remez by saying the first verse of chapter 22, verse 1, And yet he knew the audience knew how chapter 24 ended. Lift up your heads, you gates, that the King of glory may come in. So what's the implication of this? The implication is this. Even on the cross, Jesus was telling them that in fact he was the King of glory. It was a kingly statement that Jesus was making by simply saying, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani. Think about it. How in the world could Jesus have been feeling forsaken by his heavenly Father, whereas the night before in the Garden of Gethsemane, he was saying, not my will, but yours be done. There is no way that Jesus was feeling forsaken, because he was knowing he was fulfilling the redemptive plan of his Father. And even on the cross, he was proclaiming his kingship. Why do you think they put a sign above him? King of the Jews in 3 languages. Does that not change our perspective of even the crucifixion narrative in a way that implies that Jesus was proclaiming to be king in his most difficult time of his life? That's powerful, in my opinion. And we miss that point if we don't understand what remez is. Here's another example. We call this a physical remez. You ever wonder what Jesus was writing in the dust here in the temple courts when this woman who was being accused of adultery? Well, we call this physical remez. There it is. Jesus bent down, started writing in the ground. And of course, the religious leaders want this woman to be stoned. Well, Jesus is maybe doing a physical remez of Jeremiah 17. O Lord, the hope of Israel, all who forsake you will be put to shame. Those who turn away from you will be written in the dust because they have forsaken the Lord. You see, Jesus is literally turning the tables on the conversation. And through implication, we can conclude this. He was implying that the names of those who were accusing the woman, it would be their names that would be erased forever as if they never existed. So could it be that Jesus was writing out something from Jeremiah chapter 17? Isn't this enlightening? I mean, just the use of remez. And again, some scholars say that Jesus used remez over 200 times in the Gospels. Here's another one. This is an interesting one too. From the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven has been subject to violence, and violent men take it by force. Now, number one question, what in the world is violent about the kingdom? You and I know nothing about the kingdom is violent. Yes, this is probably a mistranslation of the text, but it's basically a use of Micah chapter 2. Because what Jesus has in mind in saying something about the violent nature of the kingdom, he has in mind some shepherding language. And it comes from Micah chapter 2, which says, I will surely gather all of you, Jacob. I will bring you together, the remnant of Israel. I will bring them together like a sheep in a pen, like a flock in its pasture. The place will throng with people. The one who breaks open the way will go up before them, and they will break through the gate and go out, and their king will pass through before them, the Lord at their head. Think of this image, my friends, a sheep pen. If you were a good shepherd, you would probably sleep right in the entrance of this sheep pen. This is a stone one, so that the sheep could not get out for the evening. You would gather them into the sheep pen, and in the morning, what would happen is you would step aside, and what do you think the sheep would do? They would run out with great violence, with great anticipation, with great excitement. This is what Jesus was talking about by using remez of Micah chapter 2. The kingdom of God would advance with unstoppable force. It's as if the shepherd, in this case the king, would step aside or even lead the sheep, the king at its head, and the sheep would follow with great anticipation. That's what Jesus was saying in Matthew 11, that nothing could stop the forward advancement of the kingdom. And his audience back in that day would have understood it. Today, in our 21st century mindset, we don't understand. What does this mean? The kingdom of God will come with violence? You see how important it is to interpret it in context. Just like sheep running forcefully out of the sheep pen, as the shepherd stands aside, so will the kingdom of God advance. What Jesus taught. He taught a solid view of the Torah. Now, again, Torah means initially instruction. We know it as the first 5 books of the law. He taught a solid view of Torah. In fact, we can read about this in Matthew chapter 5. Do not think I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I've not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. That word fulfill in a rabbinic understanding means to place on a firmer foundation. So Jesus was all for the interpretation of the law. He had his own yoke, and he came not to abolish it, but to place it on a firmer foundation. I like this paraphrase by Dr. David Biven. Do not suppose, Jesus said, I have any intentions of undermining Scripture by misinterpreting it, but my purpose is to establish and maintain the knowledge and observance of God's word, not undermine it. Jesus does not say that he intended to render the law obsolete. Rather, he sought to strengthen it through proper interpretation and application. Jesus taught a life-transforming interpretation of the law. Life-transforming. In fact, that's why he was so upset with the Pharisees. This may shock you because Jesus, I think, and Pharisees agreed for the most part theologically. What Jesus did not like about the Pharisees is that they taught one thing and they didn't practice it themselves. Matthew 23. So here's Matthew 11 again. We already talked about what yoke means. Take my interpretation of the law. And of course, rest for your soul is what awaits us. But Jesus also taught the Torah as a way of life, as a way of life. He taught for transformational purposes. He wanted people to be transformed by the law. So Jesus said, so in everything do to others what you would have them do to you, for this sums up the law and the prophets. Now, in this case, Jesus was tweaking a statement by a previous rabbi named Hillel, who said something similar but in a negative sense. What you do not want people or someone to do to you, do not do to them. This sums up the Torah, and the rest is commentary. Now you must go and learn it, says Hillel. So again, very similar, but Jesus tweaked Hillel's statement and brought it to the positive than the negative. When Jesus is asked in, for instance, Mark 12, what's the greatest command? He sums up the law by saying, quoting from Deuteronomy 6 and Leviticus 19. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. I like that summary of the law, don't you? Because in that day, the Jews had 613 of them. They counted 613 laws, 248 commands to action, and 365 laws that basically said, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. Jesus says, give me a break. This is how I would summarize the law. Love the Lord your God vertically. Love your neighbor as yourself horizontally. You see, Jesus was all about applying the law. He also knew the importance of prayer. He taught it. In fact, our Father, whose art in heaven, hallowed be your name. It's a very, very rabbinic phrase in prayer that Jews in that day would have also said. So, talk about what it means to pray or to offer a benediction. The Babylonian Talmud, the Talmud, by the way, is a compilation of commentary on the law. There was a 3rd century Talmud AD and a 5th century Talmud, but it's the collection of these. And this is what the Talmud says. It's forbidden for a man to enjoy anything of this world without a benediction or a blessing. If anyone enjoys anything of this world without a benediction, he commits sacrilege. This is why there is a prayer for everything. And the prayer typically begins with this: Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Baruch atah, blessed are you, our Lord, King of the universe. And there's hundreds of these. Many of these date back even prior to the time of Jesus. So these are examples of daily blessings that the Jew in the first century, including Jesus, would have said. Jesus, no doubt, said most of these, if not all of these. For instance, how many of you at the crack of dawn said, "Blessed is he who has given the roosters understanding to distinguish between day and night"? Now, I have to say, when I was at Bernie's and Paula's 2 nights ago, I was sound asleep until I heard the rooster. And I did not pray this. How many of you, when you put your clothes on, blessed is he who clothes the naked? I will let you read the next one on the top line. Pastor, I think there needs to be a new sign above the bathroom door here at your church. I don't mean to be crass, but did Jesus pray this? Absolutely, he did. Every Jew did. Because, what's the alternative? If the body's not working, you're not having a good day, let's just say. So you get the idea. Blessing is a part of Jewish culture. When you put on your sandals, blessed is he who provides all my needs. When you eat a meal, blessed is he. Hamatzi min haaretz. Blessed is he who brings forth bread from the earth. By the way, you never bless the hands who prepared it. We pray that way before potlucks. Nothing wrong with it. Please, please don't get me wrong. But a Jew in the first century would always bless the person, God himself, who provided it. And you would pray before the meal and also after the meal. The after the meal prayer was the primary one. The before the meal one was just to initiate the gathering. So we have a lot to learn, don't we, from our Jewish first century culture. We're going to end with this: why Jesus taught to fulfill redemptive history and the prophecies of the prophets. To fulfill redemptive history. And when we take a look at Isaiah, which says, "Prepare the way for the Lord, make straight in the desert a highway for our God," is what Isaiah proclaimed. This is the text of Isaiah 40, what it looked like in a first century scroll like was found at the Dead Sea Scrolls at Qumran. Jesus taught also the principle of bringing near the kingdom of God, namely the reign and rule of God's kingdom. That's what the kingdom of God meant to the first century Jew, allowing the reign and rule of God in your life to transform you to something new. We often have some kind of maybe a not so clear concept of what's the kingdom. We know the kingdom is already here, and yet sometimes our eschatology maybe focuses on what the kingdom will be like in the future. But for Jesus, it was all about allowing the reign and rule of God to transform your life. In fact, when Jesus is asked, well, if you're the Messiah, Luke 17, where's your kingdom? And Jesus says it's neither there or here. The kingdom of God is within you. That gets to the heart of how Jesus viewed the kingdom. So Jesus taught, the time has come. The kingdom of God has come near. Repent and believe the good news. The kingdom was his go-to message. So here on this mountain, maybe, is where Matthew decides to record the Sermon on the Mount. Luke in chapter 6 decides to preserve the teaching of the kingdom, very similar to what was spoken here, but he says the kingdom of the plain. Is there a contradiction? Of course not. It was just his go-to message everywhere. Luke decides to just record it when he maybe heard or was led to believe that it would happen on the plains of Gennesaret, where Matthew recorded it on that hill. So our final thoughts, and we turn now to Isaiah chapter 61. Here it is, the passage, when Jesus is standing in the synagogue. First of all, the Torah would have been read. The Ketuvim, or the writings, would have been read next. The synagogue service, by the way, was not quite a worship setting. Because why? The temple was still standing in Jerusalem. The synagogue gathering was more of a gathering for fellowship and the reading of the scrolls and the teaching of the prophet text. So when Jesus is handed the scroll of Isaiah, it was his prerogative to read whatever he wanted from that scroll, whereas the other readings were prescribed, almost like a lectionary format. So here is Jesus. He's handed the scroll, and he reads from Isaiah chapter 61. Here's the text. I won't read it. You can sort of skim over it. Mentions a few important things like proclaiming good news to the poor, send me to bind up the brokenhearted, freedom for the captives. And this phrase here, the day of vengeance of our God, is part of verse 2 of chapter 61 as we know it. So keep in mind what you see in yellow, the day of vengeance of our God. So when Jesus is handed the scroll, he also inserts a phrase from Isaiah chapter 58 to set the oppressed free. Keep this in mind as well, because when we now come to Luke 4, let's notice what he did say and what he did not say. So we went to Nazareth on Shabbat. He went to the synagogue. He stood up to read. Isaiah was handed to him. And now he found this place where Isaiah 61 is. The Spirit of the Lord is on me. There he is, the good news of the poor, freedom for the prisoners, recovery of sight for the blind. There was a concept from the book of Isaiah as well, to set the oppressed free. This phrase is from Isaiah 58, verse 6, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. Then he rolled up the scroll and gave it back to the attendant and sat down. What happened to the phrase, in the vengeance of our God? The day of vengeance of our God. He didn't say it. Keep this in mind. This is what ticks off the audience that day. So everyone in the synagogue were fastened on him as their eyes, and they said, yeah, today this scripture is fulfilled, Jesus said. All spoke well of him and were amazed at his gracious words. Isn't this Joseph's son? And Jesus then continued, surely you will quote this proverb to me, physician, heal yourself. Do here in your hometown what we have heard that you did in Capernaum, is what was said. Truly I tell you, he continued, no prophet is accepted in his hometown. But then Jesus launches into the mentioning of two Gentiles. In the days of Elijah, when the sky was shut up for 3.5 years, there was a severe famine in the land. Yet Elijah was not sent to any of them, but to a widow in Zarephath in the region of Sidon. Gentile number one. Jesus continues, and there were many people with leprosy in the time of Elisha, and not yet one of them was cleansed, only Nahum the Syrian. Gentile number two. And now all the people in the synagogue were furious when they heard this. Why would this be? It's because they were expecting Jesus to include the phrase, and the day of vengeance of our God, because they were upset that the Romans oppressed them so much. They wanted Jesus to condemn the Romans, the Gentiles, and he did not. Instead, he says, I'll give you two examples of two Gentiles that were the recipients of God's goodness and grace. And this is what ticked them off. What did they do? They took him to the brow of the hill on where the town was built in order to throw him off the cliff, but yet he walked right through their midst. So Jesus really displayed his redemptive purpose in 5 ways, in what he said and what he did not say. Namely, this phrase about the vengeance of God. These are the 5 purposes of Jesus' ministry. And we see this all the way through the Gospels. He wanted to proclaim the Lord's favor upon everyone, not just Jews, but Gentiles alike. So who was Jesus the Messiah? Was he the Messiah? Absolutely he was, and his messianic teaching was on full display for everyone to see. So that concludes this session 4. Let's see here. I don't have the next one queued up there, Paula. We could probably start Jerusalem. Are we going to eat right at 12, or do we want to eat now? Is it ready? Okay, so could you give me 1 minute to go up and... I might have to grab a cookie on the way. Feel free to get up and let's take a couple minutes and then we'll... Stretch your legs, yeah. I'll cue up this next one.
How'd you get up here so fast? Flew up here.
I'll get that one ready too. But we're not going to do that one yet. Okay.
I use cruise control.
You can do that on that road.
I'll try one of these things.
If you take it, you should eat the whole thing, don't just try it.
You know, one of my hiking friends,
Good point. Wow.
I'll keep checking to see if River of Life people show up.
I'm not,
The River of Life Church, they're coming, and they're going to bring the salads and desserts.
so I'm impressed you heard, you know what Remez is.
It's part of PARDS, which is the 4 levels of understanding in every verse. And the people that are coming up with the salad from River of Life, they've kind of swung into a real, modern day Christian Jewish form of teaching. They use the Chabad, and
Cool.
and we were invited to their Sabbath meals, Shabbat, and they have little rituals and little teaching afterwards. And I've really
Are they
learned-
Seventh-day Adventist?
No.
Because
Jewish, whatever that is.
okay.
And you can ask them. Feel free. I'll introduce you to
Are they coming now?
the brains behind it. But anyway, so I've been paying attention.
Good. I'm
to
glad
a
they're
lot of
teaching
the
this.
Jewish ways of doing. It's just so amazing how much Christians aren't being taught
Oh.
compared to that, and they relate it directly to what we are being taught. And so it's been frustrating at first, and now I'm all caught up and I'm ready to go. I'm very interested in
That's good.
learning both at the same time instead of one and then the other. But all that to say is PARDS has remnants in it.
That's good. My next project, when I give time, is to compilate all the remezim of the Gospels into a list. At least 25 or 30 of them. I only gave
200?
you,
That's not bad.
I don't know. It would take some extended research to look at all of them.
And there's probably more than we think.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Can we? Yeah. Yep, that'd be fine. Perfect. Let's try to get 25 minutes in of Jerusalem. Are we ready to start? We have more people visiting us, right? Here comes the shofar. By the way, if you're just coming in, I welcome you. I'm Dr. John Delancey, and we're going to launch into our 5th and 6th sessions together. We will not finish these until after lunch. But tomorrow morning I will be preaching a pictorial message from John 9, sort of tying that in with the kingship theme of the day tomorrow, Palm Sunday. But we welcome you to be a part of that. The service is at 10 o'clock. It'll be a unique way to look at John 9, which is the longest narrative of the Gospels. It's the healing of the blind guy at the Pool of Siloam. So it's always fun to share that passage, and I hope that you're able to join us tomorrow. So let's at least go to 12 and talk about Jerusalem. We have not really talked about Jerusalem much at all, and we're going to understand what Jerusalem looked like in the days of the Old Testament first, and then after lunch, the New Testament. So in the days of Solomon, we can certainly say that Jerusalem looked like this. Jerusalem was defined by the Kidron Valley here in the east, and this very small valley called the Middle or the Tyropian Valley to the west, and another valley that came around from the west and south called the Hinnom Valley. We'll talk about this in detail, but let's first talk about the historical mentionings of Jerusalem from the days of Abraham. If we were to open up and read the execration text that come from Saqqara, Egypt, there was actually 2 sets from the 20th and the 19th century BC. You can see that the name of Jerusalem was very similar to how it would appear about 500 years later in another Egyptian document called the Amarna letters, Yerushalem, but Rusalimum. It's very close, but this is the first mentioning outside the Bible of the city of Jerusalem. Now, in the days of the Bible, in the days of Abraham, it wasn't yet Yerushalayim, but it was the city called Shalem or Salem. It probably was the name of an ancient Canaanite god, but we read from Genesis chapter 14, and it appears in this form, Salem. And who was the king of Salem? It was this guy named Melchizedek. So Salem is the shorter form used to describe most likely a city that looked like this, although we don't think that in the days of the 20th, 19th century BC, Salem had walls. These walls were not developed until later on when the Jebusites lived here in the 1600s BC. So take away the walls, it was probably a very small community, but we do know that Melchizedek was here. Abraham, of course, connects with him. So could it be that Melchizedek, serving as a priest-like person, used the bedrock here, as was just discovered a couple years ago, as a place of cultic practice? This is bedrock, and you can see that there's a hole here, an indentation, a canal of some kind. Eli Shukran, the archaeologists, believe that these were impressions made into the stone to hold the animal being sacrificed, perhaps a bar or some kind of wooden structure. Again, all this is conjecture, but it's an interesting theory that Abraham, or Abram at this point, knew Melchizedek and knew this small town called Salem. But a couple chapters later, in chapter 22, here comes Abraham, and he's an old guy, and he brings his son Itzhak, or Isaac, to a place called Mount Moriah. Now, where is Mount Moriah? It's right here. It's north of the city of Salem. It was unoccupied, nothing was there, and yet God provided a sacrifice instead of Isaac. You know the story. God provided a sacrifice. Keep this in mind because 1,000 years later, during the days of Solomon, Solomon would build his temple precisely on Mount Moriah. 2 Chronicles 3 tells us this, where Abraham was provided a sacrifice by God in place of his son. So Mount Moriah is north of the city of Jebus. We know this name, Jebus. The Jebusites were simply an individual city-state of the wider, broader term Canaanites. And it was an ethnic term, but yet David conquers the city. And we mentioned this in 2 Samuel chapter 5. Here's one of those Jebusite walls right here. Look how broad the wall is. And David conquered the city by using the water shaft. Now, the word Zion also, if we just step back into the history of the Jerusalem, also is a very familiar term for the city, Zion. It means stronghold. Later, as David would conquer it from the Jebusites, hence the shift of the name from Jebus to the city of David. Don't confuse that with the city of David, Bethlehem, where David was from. Jerusalem then would be destroyed in 586 by the Babylonians. So this is a good model of what Jerusalem looked like. We do know that the Gihon Spring, one of the primary springs of the city, was guarded by a spring tower. It was one tower. And yet Mount Moriah is still unoccupied. It's higher. And yet the city of Jebus was only about 350 yards long and maybe 70 or 80 yards wide, defined by the Kidron Valley to the east and this middle valley to the west. This was the size of the city of David when David would conquer it from the Jebusites. Let me also just tell you that this is what the city looks like today. It's outside the old city walls today, but this was the definitions of the city of Jebus, and David conquered it. The Jebusites put the blind and the lame on the walls, probably going like this, David, you can't get in here, but David was able to do it by the use of the water shaft. Now, this term water shaft appears in Hebrew, the text in Hebrew, only once in the whole Bible. It's called a hapax legamina. It means it only appears once. So how do we translate it when we don't have anything else to compare it with? Well, typically we translate this word senor as the word water shaft. The question is, what water shaft are we talking about? Was it a part of the water system that the Canaanites have, or the Jebusites, more properly defined, somewhere here guarded by this spring tower? Most likely, that's the water shaft that's mentioned here in 2 Samuel chapter 5. However, there was a guy named Charles Warren, you see his picture there, back in the late 1800s, in 1886 precisely. You can see that this particular orange tunnel system was discovered by him, including this 52-foot shaft. It was originally believed that this was the shaft that Joab and David's men infiltrated the city. Notice the city walls here, and people from this Jebusite city, all they needed to do is drop a bucket down to the water level here. But we now think that this shaft wasn't even there at the time of David. So it needs to be dismissed as a possible location for the water system or shaft. Most likely it was here and the vertical shaft wasn't here. And yet now we do know today that this area of the water cistern, there's a big cistern that the Canaanites had protected by the spring tower. This was connected with this part of the shaft. So I think David's men infiltrated here. They broke through, they climbed up, not this shaft, but up this horizontal tunnel and infiltrated the city from the inside out. So here's another representation of the shaft that again wasn't here, most likely, but now we know there was a connecting one like this. So anyway, let's see what the Warren shaft looks like today. There it is. It's 52 feet down, I should say. Back in the 1970s and 80s, this was not even excavated yet. I know of someone, my rock climber instructor, who actually was asked by Yigal Shiloh, who was the lead archaeologist here at the City of David, to see if it was climbable. Well, long story short, my friend, my professor said, Delancey, you have to try to climb it. So let's just say we unhinged the gate that guarded this unexcavated area yet, and there I am with a rope, and we were laying down, up and down, and this guy was one of the four of us archaeology students. His name is Mesrab Matafian. He's an Armenian priest. So the story goes that Mesrab is the last one up, and he sort of falls, slips. We hear a thud at the bottom. We ended up tying a rope around his waist. We sort of help him up, and we put the gate back on the hinge, and no one knows we're there at all. Well, this guy has a fun, adventurous side to him. There he is. You can see him there as one of these priests in Istanbul. And he turns out to be the patriarch of the entire Armenian church. So when I tell the story to all my groups, it was a number of years ago when Bernie and Paula and Katie were on the trip. And after I shared the story, it's Bernie, go figure, Bernie who yells at this. Oh, so you dropped the Pope on the rope then, huh? So thank you, Bernie. I still use that phrase for every group that I tell the story with. He is now passed on. He is passed on, but I've seen him a couple times before he did pass on in Istanbul. So a fun story where we actually did drop the Pope on the rope, okay? But this tunnel, this vertical shaft, I should say, was not there, we believe, when David took the city. But this pool, Canaanite pool, was, and there's a couple tunnels connecting to it. It was probably there where David conquered the city. So the city of Jebus now becomes the city of David. And when Solomon takes over kingship, he expands the temple northward on Mount Moriah. And this is what we read. 2 Chronicles 3. Then Solomon began to build the house of the Lord in Jerusalem on Mount Moriah. Today, the Temple Mount looks like this. We see the Dome of the Rock, which is an Arab Muslim site, holy site, with a mosque called the El Aqsa Mosque. This is not a mosque, by the way. This is built 20 years after. This is 692 AD. The Temple Mount, we'll talk about how Herod expanded the Temple Mount platform when he expanded it in 20 BC. But it's very safe to say that the temple was there. Now, the city of David today is outside the old city walls, and as I just mentioned, this was where the city of David was located. Whereas the Temple Mount was to the north, the city of David is here, this was the Temple Mount. And I also have to say this to all my audiences and groups now, because there's a new proposed theory. Maybe when you Google Temple Mount location, you're going to come across this new proposed theory that the temple was not here, but it was here, south of the Temple Mount in this location. There's a Hebrew word for this new proposal, this new theory. The word goes like this: baloney. Baloney. please, 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 please do not fall for this new theory. It's based on pseudo-archaeology and very shoddy biblical scholarship. Why is it being proposed here? It's because their eschatology and the necessity of building the third temple dominates their theory. Because, let's say, the third temple was rebuilt. What kind of issues will they face, those who build the third temple, when we already have a Muslim holy site on top of the temple now for the last 1,300 years? So let's just alleviate this challenge and place the temple here. Because now, when the third temple is built, we'll just build it as they propose, where the first and second temples once were located. Baloney. I say that in the kindest of ways. Don't fall for it. I have to say it because it's really dishonoring evangelical scholarship, causing Israeli archaeologists to sort of laugh at us evangelicals who have a good sense of how archaeology should work. But in fact, this is how ludicrous the theory is. They believe that the temple was built on where we actually have discovered. In fact, I discovered 25 feet of this garbage dump from the Roman period back in 1982 when I was excavating at the city of David. So really, the temple was built on now what was a Roman garbage dump. This was from the excavation in 2013. So anyway, we do know that Solomon's temple was indeed built on Mount Moriah 480 years after the Exodus. This is what the temple looked like. There's the altar, the four-horned altar, the laver. Priests would purify themselves. The steps leading into the holy chamber, and the Holy of Holies back here. What did this holy chamber look like? And what was in it? Three things: the lampstand or the menorah, the table of showbread, although that's a King James version, the table of presence is the Hebrew term, and the incense altar. And once a year, the high priest would enter into the Holy of Holies, where the Ark of the Covenant was. He would anoint the mercy seat with blood as the sacrifice covering the sins of the entire nation. So the Dome of the Rock today is a 692 AD structure, but it covers this stone. And this stone is where the ark once rested. In fact, this indentation that you see right here marks the place where the ark once was. Probably in the days of Josiah, it was hidden. In fact, Jeremiah says in chapter 3, verse 16, the ark will no longer be used, nor will it even be remembered. So at the time of the coming of the Babylonians to Jerusalem, apparently Josiah, who, by the way, died in 608 BC when he tried to stop an Egyptian pharaoh, his name is Necho, from coming to the north, he probably hid it well in advance of the Babylonians coming. Where is it? I think it's probably near Mount Nebo, because 2nd Maccabees, an apocryphal book, says in chapter 2 that it was hidden in a cave near Mount Nebo. And Maccabees is pretty historically accurate. Some think it's still underneath the Temple Mount. Some thinks it's Mount Gerizim or Ebal. Some believe that the Ethiopians found it. Of course, we all know that Indiana Jones found it, and it's in a warehouse somewhere in Hollywood. I digress. City of David, Area G excavations. This is where I dug. This is a picture from the mid-1980s. All of this has been exposed now. We think that David's palace was up here. And this is the area where we covered. In fact, this picture, the debris of the Roman dump that I just showed you, like over here, it extended this far south, and we had to spend 2 weeks. It was about this level until we actually came down to this structure. That's all we did, 2 weeks, just remove debris until we got down to the structures. So here's David's palace that was identified by Elat Mazar, who was an excavator, an archaeologist, who actually passed away last May, unfortunately. But different dates for these structures. Here's what Jerusalem looked like back in the 1900s. This little parcel of land is the city of David, again, south of the city wall and the Dome of the Rock there. And once again, you can see this parcel of land, not much there back 100 years ago, but the excavation that I just showed you is right here on this eastern slope of the city of David. Once again, an old picture. Not sure how they took this picture, 1936, probably a balloon with a camera on it, or a camera on the balloon, I should say. And again, this is the parcel of land defined by the Kidron on the east and this middle valley to the west. So, another model, maybe, of how Jerusalem looked like. And David's palace here, the step structure, and the city spring, the Gihon spring, the tower that guarded it, and it's all there excavated. This is a picture from way back of the step structure, and yet all along this eastern side, many things have been found, including Jebusite and Israelite walls. This is a wall from the days of Nehemiah. Remember, when Nehemiah comes back in 445, it took him 52 days to rebuild Jerusalem. So a portion of Nehemiah's wall is actually here in this area G. So this is the area that I excavated, the burned house. Nehemiah's wall is up there. And all this is a mix of different things from the 7th and 6th century BC before it was destroyed by the Babylonians. So once again, the burnt house. And I'll show you a picture of back in 1982 when I dug here for about 4.5 weeks. We're down just exposing the burned house, the structures. There it is, the steps that I just showed you, and the tumbled stone because of the Babylonians destroying the city. So fun times of excavating here back in the day. It looks like this today. And right next door in the same season of 1982, this was found. Again, we already identified this kind of stone with a hole in it as a toilet from the 7th century BC. We even know who owned it. His name was John. I'm just kidding. His name was Achiel. His inscription was not found on the toilet, but nearby. So we think it was a guy named Achiel who owned that toilet. By the way, in the Jewish Mishnah, if you're a Jew and you're rich, you're identified by having a bathroom in your own house. So this guy must have been an affluent person who had a bathroom in his house. So look at this model, again, of the area I just showed you of the excavation, David's palace. Solomon also had a palace, maybe here, nothing found yet, and yet the temple on Mount Moriah. And this is, again, a similar model that I think does justice well with the archaeology that has now determined some of these wall structures and tower structures of the city. So the spring tower is guarded by massive stones. And we already talked about a couple hundred years later, in 701 BC, this guy named Hezekiah built a tunnel, 1,710 feet long, and it winds all the way down to the southern area. 2 Chronicles 32 says, why should the enemy have all that water? So Hezekiah did this, I think, maybe even up to 4 years in advance. He built this tunnel in advance of knowing that the Assyrians were going to surround this city, as they actually did. So in 701 BC, the project was complete, and the tunnel was purposed for bringing water into the city, and probably a retaining pool called the Shiloach pool that ended up turning into the Pool of Siloam, as John 9 tells us. The length was, again, 1,700 feet. So at one point, about right here, we're about 100 feet below the top of the bedrock. How in the world did these two teams of rock cutters engineer this? It's quite remarkable. So this is another diagram of how the tunnel and the pool down here, the retaining pool that brought water safely into the city, because the 2 Chronicles 32 text that tells us that Hezekiah heightened the walls and the towers in advance of the Assyrians coming, and he brought water into the city here in the south. So quite an engineering feat. Here's the Gihon Spring. Still flows with water. It's a karstic spring, so it means it flows at various amounts, I should say. So we step into the water, and let's walk through it again. So water shoes in hand, flashlights in hand, and here it is. We still walk through it. The water is about a little below knee deep, and it's a fun experience. You can see where they sort of missed when they got closer to the meeting point, and then they broke through. There you can see the chisel marks change directions. So I'm sure the team of rock cutters jumped for joy when they completed this. So that's Hezekiah's Tunnel. There's my wife again right there in the middle. And Dr. Steve Austin, I mentioned his name, the young earth geologist, has been doing the Dead Sea mud research. There he is there. He's a neighbor of mine. And a fun time. This is the meeting point, by the way, where they met. So this is where the inscription was taken from in 3 pieces by a guy named Professor Conrad Schick. And there's that inscription. And we got 1 minute left. And this guy survived. He's happy to survive the walk of the Hezekiah's Tunnel, I think. And yet it's a fun experience. Now, we used to think that this was the Pool of Siloam, but we know that it was further south. So just a couple years ago, they found these big capitals outside of the city of David. They found one upon another. So again, a sign of royalty and a sign that this was an area of the administrative center for Jerusalem. Even the 5 shekel coin today preserves the image of the royal capital. There they are again. So this is a good, perfect place to stop. Thank you for your attentiveness this morning. Mr. Bernie will give us some instructions for lunch.
We're going to teach you how teachers used to eat their lunch. We're going to break for lunch for 30 minutes. We figure with the number of people we can get through. And a short little bit. John, will you give us a prayer for the meal so as we go over there? We can go ahead and get started.
Okay, I will. I'll give you a Hebrew prayer. It goes like this. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu hamelech ha'olam chametzi ma'aretz v'visvatav sheshanu. Lord, you are our Lord. You are the King of the universe who brings forth bread from the earth and sanctifies us by your commands. We give you thanks for who you are, and we praise you for your goodness. Hadula Adonai ki tov kelei olam hasdo. Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, and his mercies endure forever. May we enjoy the fellowship of one another as we eat around the table. And all of God's people said, Amen. Thank you very much.
It's over in the
We brought a few more here. This is from last night.
Okay. Just to remind everyone that John will be doing the message tomorrow here at the church. There's a potluck after the service. And River of Life, you guys are welcome to join us because you brought some of those salads. We'll probably use them tomorrow. And if we don't look like we have enough, we're going to put to the test the feeding of the 5,000. But I do appreciate River of Life showing up here to contribute with the lunch. It was great for you guys to be here. We have the Moab Baptist here with us. Did I miss any other church? Okay. John asked me to pass around a piece of paper that if you wish to be on a mailing list with him, just put your name and email address. He'll be able to give you information. And again, I'm going to tell you guys, if you ever get a chance to go to Israel, go with this man and his organization. You will not regret it. You know, as I said, my wife has looked at other groups when we first started doing this, and Dr. David Jeremiah, Max Lucado, and all those, and there were wonderful ideas. They had like 600 people, and the logistics is a nightmare, and you may not get to see Max Lucado all the time. You may not see Dr. David Jeremiah all the time. But you'll see this man just about 24/7. And he's always there. And the thing I really, really liked is every stop that we made, there would be some scripture that would be based on what we were looking at. And it was much more meaningful. So I appreciate that. I have 2 sheets. I'm going to send one down on each of the sections there.
Thanks, Bernie. Yeah, if you want to be on the email list, make sure you legibly put your email. You know how that works. One little letter off, and you won't get it. I email about 7,500 people. I inform them of our postings on YouTube, our teaching videos. So this is a way for you to be sort of kept engaged with our ministry. Our ministry is Biblical Israel Ministries and Tours. And as I said last night, I have some ministry brochures here. In fact, I'll pass these out too. But just know that this bunch that we got printed, I'm an imperfect person, and this brochure is imperfect. So when you open it, you'll have to do this because they were printed upside down. But I'm frugal. I don't want to throw these out. So if you are interested, the website back here, biblicalisraeltours.com. If you are ever interested in a trip, I lead about 7 or 8 a year. I've just returned from number 76, I think. And it's a life-changing experience. So, but email list, yeah. You won't be bombarded a lot, but again, anytime you want to opt out, you can do that too. You know how it works. You're not signed up for life, but it's an email connection. So here's the brochure again. If you want one, take one, pass them around. And we'll resume with New Testament Jerusalem. I'm glad again to be here. My last session that I taught was the Hebraic background of Jesus. I know some of you are more engaged in that topic, and that's really a great thing to hear. So we do have some good resources on the participants guide. In fact, in the back of the participants guide are a few resources that perhaps you are familiar with. Jesus, the Jewish Theologian by Brad Young, and Our Father Abraham by Marvin Wilson, but others as well. But I'm glad to be here and share some of this information with you. So our rest of the afternoon, I am hoping to end by 2, but we're going to finish up with New Testament Jerusalem and then a shorter, briefer last session on the customs and culture of the Bible. some of which is redundant of what we already showed, but we'll see how we proceed. So thanks for being here, and let's continue with New Testament Jerusalem. So let's fly into Jerusalem. This one's pretty cool. And again, if you want to subscribe to our YouTube channel, we have about 27,000 people who are followers, and again, we produce a couple videos a week. So let's fly around the world and drop into Israel. Here's the Red Sea, and we're moving northward through the southern highlands, the Negev. There's the Dead Sea, and Jerusalem in the hill country of Judah. So let's zoom into Jerusalem, and you'll see very soon the old city walls, which are only less than 500 years. They date to 1537, and here is the old city walls. There's the Temple Mount around the walls of the old city today, built by Suleiman the Great, the Turkish guy. So we're going to continue with now understanding what Jerusalem looked like in the days of Jesus. This is important. So let me again retrace the old city walls. They were built between 1537 and 1544. There's 7 gates: the Jaffa Gate on the west, the New Gate, Damascus Gate, Herod's Gate on the north, Stephen's Gate, also called the Lion's Gate, also called the Jericho Gate, and the Eastern Gate on the east, and the Zion's Gate and Dung Gate on the south side. Remember, the city of David is all down here outside the old city. But look at this imprint, if you will. This is the size of Jerusalem in the days of Jesus. So part of the old city today, inside the old city, was outside the old city in the days of Jesus. And yet all of the city of David, which is outside the old city today, was contained inside Jerusalem 2,000 years ago. Let's do the same thing from the south. Here's the old city walls. And I have to correct my little sketches there. But namely, this is all outside Jesus' Jerusalem. And yet that little dome, it's not quite little, I should say, it's the Holy Sepulchre Church, that was outside the city wall at the time of Jesus. Today it's in the heart of the Christian quarter. So look at this picture. Take away the green. In fact, this wall was built by Agrippa I in 44 AD. He reigned for 3 years, from 41 to 44. But the yellow contains the definitions of Jerusalem in the days of Jesus. So this wall was not here until about 10 years after the time of Jesus. So let's do one more view from the north now, the old city, and now what the New Testament city of Jerusalem looked like in the days of Jesus. So that's a starting point, if you will, as we now fly over the Temple Mount. This is not my drone, and as I mentioned to those who already were here, I do have a drone project that includes 55 biblical sites. It does not include this one, because this is a friend of mine's, but a beautiful, quiet, tranquil perspective of the sunrise over the Mount of Olives here to the east. And we fly over one of the 4 quarters of the old city. Today, the old city is inhabited by about 35,000 people. This is the Jewish quarter here. The Armenian quarter here, Christian quarter, Muslim quarter. But as we fly over the Herva synagogue, the Jewish quarter, about 4,500 people live in the Jewish quarter. We're coming across and over this quarter. Here comes the Western Wall. We'll talk about how Herod expanded the city, and certainly the Temple Mount in 20 BC. But the Temple Mount itself today, here's the Kotel, it's called, the area of the Western Wall. The southern steps of the temple. Just a beautiful, quiet, peaceful video. It's illegal to fly a drone anywhere near the old city today. In fact, it doesn't even launch. Believe me, I've tried. Yes, do you have a question? Yeah, the Wailing Wall, it's back down here. We'll see it later. Wailing Wall, Western Wall, the same thing. So that's a beautiful way to start this section. So here's what Jerusalem looked like in the days of Jesus. Compliments of Archaeology Illustrated. This is an east to west perspective. So here's the Temple Mount. This is the eastern wall, the eastern gate. The temple courts, the courts of the Gentiles on both sides, the court of the Israelites, court of the women, court of the priests. We'll get into detail. The royal stoa here on the south end. But a beautiful perspective. Here's that wall that goes, it's called the second wall, that extends from the Antonia fortress over to where Herod's palace was in this vicinity. So, beautiful model here. But notice that there were a couple eastern cities in the days of Jesus, namely Bethany, where Mary, Martha, and Lazarus were from, and Bethpage. They were on the east side of this slope called the Mount of Olives, which is east of the Temple Mount in the old city today. So Jesus knew those two cities well. In fact, he stayed in Bethany during his Passion Week. Again, a nice model by Dr. Dan Warner. I excavated with him at Tel Gezer. And it's a nice model. It depicts some interesting things. But we'll be looking at some of the archaeology of New Testament Jerusalem in just a moment. Now, this is a west to east perspective. First of all, the Dead Sea is only 18 miles to the east, and here, of course, is the Judean desert that we learned about last night. But now we're looking at an area which was a quarry in the days of Jesus. I would suggest that the crucifixion site was out here, outside this particular wall that Josephus calls the second wall. But you can see the definitions of the city and, of course, the Temple Mount. Here's the Mount of Olives to the east now, or to the top part of the picture. So let's start with some history. We'll pick it up where we left off. Remember, in 586, Jerusalem was destroyed by the Babylonians. So here comes Zerubbabel. In 520, he lays the foundation for the temple, but not until 445, Nehemiah and Ezra come and they build the second temple. We'll talk about the definition of second temple in just a moment. But after Nehemiah, here comes the Hasmoneans. We won't get into Hasmonean history. They were Jews, by the way, who were able to overcome the Greek influence in the 2nd century BC. And the Temple Mount is still standing. And yet when we talk about the Roman period, here comes this guy named Pompey. We sometimes pronounce him Pompey, but Pompeii is the official pronunciation of the city in Italy, Pompeii, the city that was destroyed by the volcano. So Pompey comes and takes over Jerusalem in 63 BC. In fact, he even went into the Holy of Holies and said, what's the big deal? It's an empty room. So already at that point, we already know that the Ark of the Covenant wasn't there. It was an empty room. But most importantly, here comes this guy named Herod the Great, who was a governor in the Galilee prior to 37 BC, when he would be the Judean ruler from 37 to 4 BC. And what does he do? He doubles the size of the Temple Mount. He doubles the size of the Temple Mount. But then here comes 70 AD. The Romans come and destroy the temple. About 300 years later, here comes the Byzantine, the Christians under Constantine. And they build now the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which is one of the 3 earliest churches built in Israel. Between this, the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem, and St. Catherine's in the Sinai Desert. So the Medaba map, the 6th century AD map, actually depicts the Holy Sepulchre Church here. This is a 6th century AD map found in Jordan. But we continue through the Byzantine period. Here comes the Muslims in the 7th century AD. They come and take over the land. They build the Dome of the Rock in 692. And an earthquake then comes a couple hundred years later and really destroys what's there. So the Dome of the Rock that you see here on the right has been rebuilt a few times, but the original building was completed in the end of the 7th century AD in honor of the supposed nighttime horse ride by Muhammad the prophet. Now, there's also a similar word in Hebrew that explains this. Actually, it's the same word, baloney. We know that never happened. It sort of sounds Hebrew, doesn't it? Baloney. But we know that the Quran doesn't mention Jerusalem even once, and even the historians, the Muslim historians, would say that Muhammad had this supposed nighttime vision of heaven, if you will, only a 2-day ride from Mecca. But, tradition lasts a long time, so traditionally the Muslims still think that Muhammad was here, and this is why they built this dome. Not true, not even close to truth, but that's what we deal with today. Here comes the Crusaders. They're here for about 200 years, from 1099 to 1187, when on July 4th, 1187, this guy named Salah ad-Din, an Egyptian actually, but a desert dweller, he comes and destroys Jerusalem. He drives out the Crusaders in 1187 to Akko along the coast, and from this point on, the Arabs have control of Jerusalem. And that would even be the case up through the Turkish period. They're here for 400 years, and this is when the walls of the old city are built under Suleiman the Great. They're here from 1517 to 1917. But in the early 1800s through the late part of the 19th century, here comes these explorers like Wilson, Robinson, and Warren, and Bliss, and Dickey. All these guys come, and now for the first time, excavations and explorations of different old ruins are done. But this brings us also to some modern history with the 1948. Of course, that's the date in May, and then Israel becomes a state. But they're immediately attacked by 6 Arab countries surrounding them. So for 19 years, the Jordanians now control the old city. They destroy at least 4 dozen synagogues. And 1967 is when the Israelis break through the Zion's Gate and the Stephen's Gate, and they now retake the old city, and now excavations happen in earnest in the late 60s and the early 70s. And that includes not only in the old city, but outside the old city on the temple steps, for instance, to the south of the Temple Mount today. So again, returning to what Jerusalem looked like in the days of Jesus, we're going to explore not all of this, but some of it. But we want to start with what Herod did. Now look at the yellow walls. They define the size of the temple during the days of Solomon, who built the temple in 967 BC on Mount Moriah. There's the point where the temple would be built, right there. The dome, the rock underneath the dome. But what Herod did is that he expanded and doubled the size of the platform by building this western wall, retaining wall, the one in the south, the east, and the north. And he built arches and a platform to expand the temple. So a really remarkable engineering feat. In fact, when we read from John chapter 2, remember Jesus speaks about destroying the temple and rebuilding it in 3 days? Of course, he was speaking figuratively about his resurrection. But some guy pipes up and says, "What do you mean it took 46 years to this point to build the temple?" That tells us the grandeur of this temple that began in 20 BC, and now this is what the temple looked like in the days of Jesus. Now, there's different models here. Sometimes this, what we call the royal stoa, is maybe here. We don't know for sure if this was added by one of Herod's sons. It may have been. The steps leading to the temple from the south. Here's the whole western retaining wall. The temple, of course, here. The court of the Gentiles, court of the Israelites. Sometimes, again, there's variations of where these walls are, but this is a good representation of this massive project. That even when the disciples, for instance, when they leave the temple in Mark 13, they turn around and they go, wow, what magnificent and massive stones. So even the disciples make a secondary comment about the temple and how impressed they were about this building. Speaking about massive stones, how about this one? It's about the size of a bus. I can't even get it on one slide because it extends off to the right and off to the left. Here it is. Look how big it is. It weighs hundreds of tons. In fact, back in the 80s when I studied in Jerusalem, it weighed about 120 tons, the estimate. Now it's up to 580 tons. Have you ever caught a fish? One day it's this big, and another week it's about this big. I think this is what's happening. But let's just call it a couple hundred tons, okay? It's a big stone. How in the world did they move this into place? And by the way, this stone is inset 1 inch, and there's at least 10 or 12 layers of Herodian stone below this level, down to bedrock. This is 40 or 50 feet above the level bedrock. How in the world did they place a stone that weighs hundreds of tons with such precision? That's the question. Herod was an amazing builder. So let's theorize. We know that there were at least 3 quarries now identified to the north of the city. One is about 4 kilometers away from the Temple Mount. So they cut them there. They rolled them maybe like this. And by the way, this stone is just a puny stone. And just for comparison, the Egyptian pyramid in Cairo, in Giza, the big one has 2.2 million stones. And the average weight of those stones are 3 to 4 tons. That's it, 3 to 4 tons. This is probably a 1-ton stone. But these massive stones that weigh hundreds of tons, how in the world did they move them? Well, they chiseled them in the quarry, and they probably rolled them. Every Herodian stone had a little dressing, if you will, a facade, a little border to it. And here's the Jewish guy walking through an ancient quarry where they actually found utensils like this, of how they not only cut the stones, but maybe even moved the stones. This is all from the days of Jesus. So Herod had a number of quarries that he used in order to build a temple. Now, this is the western wall, if you will, that we know as of today. A portion of it is viewable today, right here, called the Wailing Wall as well. It was a term that was introduced only a couple hundred years ago. Here's an archway that was used for royal people to enter the temple. This was discovered in 1838. There's a picture from 1838 by Edward Robinson. Look how much debris there is. So you could almost touch this archway, even though today it's about 50 feet high. These are 2 kids who in the early 1900s are standing right below this massive stone, part of the archway discovered by Robinson. But look how many Herodian levels go all the way down to the Herodian street below. Again, all of these stones are still present today. You can see them. But another model of this archway and the stone pavement that would have been used by Jesus and many others in that first century. So if we look from underneath this archway, looking up to the archway, maybe this is a good rendition of what that would have been like. Did Jesus walk on that Herodian pavement? Many, many times. And also on this southwest corner, they found an inscription. In fact, we know that Josephus mentions this as being the place where the priest would signify the beginning and the end of the Shabbat, the Sabbath. So we know that this was most likely the pinnacle of the temple where Jesus was tempted. Here is in Hebrew, it says to the place of trumpeting. So did Jesus see that when he was tempted on the pinnacle? Most likely he did. This was found at the bottom of the Herodian pavement, well below the archway. By the way, the rabbinic sources tell us that if you were the Messiah, you had to proclaim yourself, guess where? At the pinnacle of the temple. And that's exactly what Jesus did not do. He did not yield to temptation, but he did stand on top of this pinnacle and most likely saw that inscription. So here is what it looks like today, Robinson's Arch, which means everything below this archway, all these levels of stones are all Herodian. Everything above it, you can see they're smaller, not as detailed. They're all from later time periods. So here's this Herodian pavement that Jesus would have walked on. Here's some Herodian stones that were toppled by the Romans in 70 AD. We don't know what's underneath those stones. We've never moved them. So who knows what would be found there. But here is the western wall. We've been taking a look at the southwest corner over here. But now exposed to us is a portion of this western retaining wall that supported this expanded platform on top. Of course, the Dome of the Rock there on the top left. But this is the temple retaining wall on the west side. It's called the Wailing Wall today, the women's court here and the men's court here. But where they are standing, by the way, is all Herodian. So that red line marks basically, with a few exceptions, everything below that line, and about 50 or 60 feet below the standing area today, down to the bedrock, is all still intact Herodian stone. So quite amazing. There was religious Orthodox, ultra-Orthodox Jews praying with their tallits, morning prayer time. It's quite amazing to see. And they're wrapping around their phylactery or the telephene, as we mentioned earlier this morning. These guys pray through the Siddur. In fact, you may be interested that there's a messianic version of the Siddur, a prayer book that's quite interesting to use. But we'll leave the temple for now, which is up here, and we'll go all the way down to this pool of Siloam. In fact, this is what we're preaching on tomorrow morning. There was a Herodian pavement that connected this pool about 400 yards south of the Temple Mount with the Temple Mount itself. Here's another rendition of it, the pool itself and the temple southwest corner there, and the Herodian pavement that connected the two. That pavement, by the way, has been discovered. And the pool itself was discovered by accident in 1995. There you see some of the steps of the pool. And more steps now as they have uncovered this. The other half of the pool has not been uncovered because it's owned by the Greek Orthodox Church. And I hope one day they'll be able to allow us to excavate. So the pool was about the size of the two Olympics pools put together. It was really an amazing discovery. So here's that Herodian pavement that has been identified, and it's viewable. Actually, I saw it in October, but it's still off limits for tourists. And it connected the pool and the Temple Mount. So here is a portion of that Herodian pavement. We date it to about 30 AD, so it corresponds pretty well with the time of Jesus. All that is 2,000-year-old pavement. Even Herodian manholes that allowed water, when it rained, to drain down into this drainage channel underneath. Sometimes we walk through this drainage channel. And yet the water libation festival includes a celebration of the water in the pool. I'm going to start this little video, and I'll talk through it, because what you're seeing here is a reenactment in 2014 of this water libation festival. What happened is the priest would come down and scoop water out of the pool of Siloam with a golden pitcher. And with great fanfare, he would return 400 meters to the Temple Mount, and on a corner of the altar, in a bowl, he would pour out the water. He would do this every day of Sukkot. Sukkot is 8 days long. Now we pick up the narrative in John chapter 7, where we'll go to the next slide. And what they're doing now is they're now pouring it. Since they can't get to the Temple Mount and there's nothing there anymore, they're simulating pouring it on a bowl that was once on the temple altar. And John 7 now picks up the narrative. And during all of this happening for the last week, it's the last day of Sukkot, or Tabernacles. And once they're doing this, Jesus now says, "If any of you who are thirsty, let him come to me and drink." So Jesus sort of capitalizes on this water libation festival and says, "No, don't worry about this water from the pool. I am the living water. It's really a neat connection, and an indirect connection mentioned in John 7. So here's again the city of David extending this way, which is outside the old city, with the Mount of Olives to the east. Of course, the Temple Mount that you see. So let's take a look at the Temple Mount from the Mount of Olives, and here it is. We're looking across a Jewish cemetery today. Hundreds of thousands of Jews are awaiting the Messiah to come. And yet the temple was once there, and it's quite impressive, the Temple Mount itself. This Temple Mount is about 36 acres in size, big enough for about 11 football fields. But the Mount of Olives slope 100 years ago looked like this. So when we talk about Luke 19, tomorrow is Palm Sunday, of course. Can you picture Jesus fulfilling Zechariah chapter 9 and riding down on a colt that's never been ridden down the slopes of the Mount of Olives? Later on, of course, in the Garden of Gethsemane, this would be his view of the eastern gate when he would say, "Not my will, but yours be done." Hang on to that thought, because we'll conclude this session with reviewing what Jesus did his last 48 hours of his life before he was crucified. So here's the temple courts themselves. Just a one rendition. This is a better one. It shows the four candelabras that, according to some rabbis from the Mount of Olives, it almost looked like the temple was burning down, but they were so bright. Here's the 15 Levitical steps, where the Levites probably used to sing the Psalms of Ascent from Psalm 120 to 136. And Nicanor's Gate, built by an Alexandrian Jew, probably the beautiful gate mentioned in Acts 3 and Acts chapter 5. But it's just a nice picture of the court of the women, where women and men could go. And you can see on this right diagram, we just showed this picture with the steps here in Nicanor's Gate. Behind the gate was the priestly court, where the altar and the laver were, and then, of course, the holy chamber. So a good model of how helping us picture what Jesus encountered when he was in the temple court. Now, most interestingly, this particular short wall, we call this the dividing wall between the court of the Gentiles and the court of the Israelites. So this wall was flanked by an inscription. It's written in Greek because it's intended for Gentiles. And it says in Greek, anyone going past this point would be put to death, which means you could not go any further if you were a Gentile past this point. If you went through the opening of this short 4-foot wall, you would be put to death. Think of Paul in Acts 21 at the end of his third missionary journey, when he is actually taking his buddy from Ephesus into the temple. They're not sure he's Jewish. Of course, he was, but that was the issue there that Paul faced. Of course, Jesus and Paul and the disciples could walk right past that inscription that we see here. This was one of two that have been found. But I think this is exactly what Paul then would refer to in Ephesians chapter 2, when he talks about through the efficacy of Christ, the dividing wall now has been brought down, allowing both Jew and Gentile now to have full access to God the Father. So the dividing wall of the temple, I think that's what we're referring to. Now, the Eastern Gate has been closed, according to Dr. Randall Price, an archaeologist, since 810 AD. Maybe opened up during the Crusader period. But this is the Eastern Gate, called the Shushan Gate, technically, historically. But what does Ezekiel chapter 44 say about it? Ezekiel 44 says, when Messiah comes, he will walk through the Eastern Gate. The question is, what gate will it be? Will it be this gate? Or will it be a gate that was found by accident in 1969 by, again, another acquaintance of mine, Jim Fleming? In 1969, he was walking along this eastern wall, and he fell into a modern Arab grave. And he looked up, and I know this is a dark picture, but there's an archway right here. The question back in the day was, what was this archway all about? Well, it's maybe concluded that this archway was a part of a stairway that went up to the Eastern Gate so people could enter from the east into the temple itself. But again, another example of how sometimes archaeology, it happens by accident. Outside the Temple Mount today were two pools. They were called the pools of Bethesda. Now this takes us to John chapter 5, where there's a guy who was lame for almost 40 years, and Jesus heals him. This was the pool, what it looked like, and today the lower part of it, right here, and here you can see some of the early first century steps that were part of this pool. Everything else is from Byzantine and Crusader period. But this is another better angle of the original steps of the pools of Bethesda. By the way, Bethesda in Hebrew or Aramaic means the house of mercy. So let's recall that, again, a transformative experience when Jesus asked this guy, "Do you want to get well?" And that's what happens. Here's an old picture from prior to 1970 of the Temple Mount. I'm showing you this intentionally because this area has not been excavated yet. But let's go there to the temple steps. And now, using the model at the Israel Museum, we can see that there were two gates. One to enter the temple, one to leave the temple. But these steps were reserved, and the gates were reserved for commoners like Jesus and his disciples. They have now been excavated since the 70s, and you can see what's left of these steps. Can you picture Jesus walking up these original steps that we see here? Of course, on every trip that we lead, we stop and sit on these steps and consider everyone who used these steps to enter from the south. Again, this is probably how people entered and people left through the double gate. Now, the gate entrance was a sort of a tunnel-like entrance with steps and a platform until you actually popped up. This is an older picture from the 60s, I think, of the beautiful ornate ceiling that was a part of this entrance. Now, this is Second Temple, this is Herodian, but you would have popped up through this entrance from the south here into the temple courts of the Gentiles, just beyond or north of the royal stoa. Now let's talk about the royal stoa, because this part of the temple was most likely where Jesus overtook the money changers. This particular pillar was actually found in the 80s, and I was taken to it as a student. It was probably a pillar that was destined to be one of the 162 pillars of the royal stoa, but it cracked en route, so they just left it there. It was no longer any good. So every third pillar, by the way, a Roman soldier was positioned to keep order in this royal stoa, where again Jesus no doubt had many conversations religiously about the kingdom and maybe even overthrew the money changers there. In 2000, the Arabs actually did something horrible. What they did is they basically took the arches that you see here underneath the temple platform today, and they brought about 400 dump truck fills of debris from underneath the temple that should have been excavated with a toothbrush. They did this when Ehud Barak was the prime minister, an awful prime minister, and he let it happen. The world should have been outcried over this. But what they did is they now have built a mosque underneath the Temple Mount. These are original Herodian arches, at least the bottom portions of the pillars are. So they cleaned out that whole bottom area of the Temple Mount. They dumped the debris in 3 piles in the Kidron Valley. And now archaeologists like Gabi Barkay can take those piles and at least sift through them to see if anything could be salvaged. But today there's 50,000 Arabs on Friday at 11 o'clock who actually meet underneath the Temple Mount. And there's a Herodian stone right there. I can see it. Herodian stone, Herodian stone. These are all later stones, but again, this should have been excavated with a toothbrush. So let's end this session with mapping out Jesus' Passion Week, especially from Thursday night on. Let's put number 1 right there, where Jesus shares the Passover meal with his disciples. Now, they're most likely observing Passover on the Essene calendar. Now, there was an Essene calendar and a Pharisaic calendar. The Essenes, who lived in this upper part of the city, observed festivals usually a day early. So I placed the Passover meal, the Last Supper, happening here in the upper part of the city. After the meal, Jesus then goes to the Garden of Gethsemane, where he's betrayed by Judas. This is also where Jesus says, not my will, but yours be done. Caiaphas, the high priest, binds him. Sorry, I went too fast. Binds him and then takes him to number 3, where most likely the house of Caiaphas was located. We can't be sure. There's a traditional location for his house way down here, but there's really no excavation or archaeological evidence for that. But from Friday morning, where Jesus then is turned over to Pontius Pilate, before that happened, maybe this is the excavation of the house of Caiaphas. We cannot be sure. It's called the Herodian Mansion today. But a similar sized house was probably where Jesus, number 3, was held overnight, Thursday night into Friday morning. But now number 4, Herod's palace is located here, and this is where Pilate from Caesarea is encountering Jesus on Friday morning. This particular palace is well represented in this model. You can see there's a stone pavement in between these two structures. This part of the stone pavement has actually been located. It's called in John 19 the lithostratus. So keep this in mind. Jesus is now presented before Pontius Pilate, who's probably residing here. This is the lower reaches of the excavation of the palace itself. But from number 4, Herod Antipas is in town. He's the governor of the Galilee. So for a moment, because Jesus is from the Galilee, Jesus is sent to number 5. We're not, again, sure where Herod Antipas was staying, but Herod says, I want nothing to do with Jesus, sends him back to Pilate, number 6, and then Jesus is sentenced to crucifixion and is crucified, number 7. Where is number 7? That's the good question. Number 1, here is the palace today, inside Jaffa Gate, inside of this wall here. So Jesus carries his cross, of course, with the help of one individual, over most likely to this area that was outside the city. It was only about 400 yards. But if we were to remind ourselves of the order of this last 24 hours, again, the upper room to the Gethsemane to the house of Caiaphas, the house of Caiaphas to the palace of Herod, then back to where Herod Antipas was, back to the palace, and then finally out to this area that was a quarry in the days of Jesus to the place of crucifixion. This is a good model of what maybe this area looked like. We do know it was a place of burial because in this quarry, about 24 Second Temple tombs were found. Second Temple tombs dating to the 1st century. So could you picture Jesus being crucified maybe on this rocky scarp and then buried somewhere within the quarry? Keep this in mind because when we talk about the location of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which is inside the old city today, take away all the other part of the city, this was once a quarry all in this area where in the 4th century a church was built. This is again the city wall, and outside the wall was this quarry. There's Calvary, Golgotha, and the tomb of Jesus as proposed by a few archaeologists. So all of this quarry was known to be a necropolis of the city. So what happens 100 years later, after Jesus, of course, is raised from a tomb that maybe looked like this? To date, maybe 8 or 10 rolling stones have been found like this, the body placed on the bench, but maybe the tomb of Jesus looked like that. But here comes this guy named Hadrian, 100 years later in 135 AD. He wants to get rid of any evidence of this guy named Jesus who supposedly rose from the dead. So what does he do? He builds a platform over the quarry and builds a temple to Aphrodite or Venus. And he also erects a statue in her honor. So did Hadrian, this guy pictured on the right, did he tip us off where he thought the crucifixion and the burial tomb of Jesus was? Very well could have been the case. Again, the pagan temple, 2nd century AD, and on the place of crucifixion, he puts a statue of Venus. Now, 200 years later, here comes the Byzantine Christians under Constantine, and they use the same platform, but they tear down the Roman temple, and they build a church, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And here it is. The area of the crucifixion is preserved, the rocky scarp, and now this area is also preserved as the possible tomb of Jesus. Now, this church has been built, rebuilt, destroyed, rebuilt over the last 1,600 years. The dome today is a Crusader dome, about 900 years old. But within this edicule is a Second Temple tomb. So it looks like a mausoleum type structure, but that's only for the purpose of protecting the tomb. This is what it looks like today. My question is Jesus' tomb inside of this? It's a good chance. I can't say definitively, but as traditional locations go, I think this has the archaeological evidence to maybe support it more than any other location. So for the first time in 200 years, the Greek archaeologist removed the marble covering and exposed for the first time in 200 years the very bench of the tomb. So is that the bench where Jesus' body was laid? I would say it's a good possibility. The tomb probably looked like this, or an arcosolium like this. Remember, there were angels both at the head and at the feet. But there's an alternative site, which is not archaeologically supported, but it's a great site where we worship the person and not the place. It's called the Garden Tomb today. And the bottom line is, wherever it was, wherever it took place, the angels got it right. He is not here, he is risen. So that's the bottom line. We serve a risen Savior. So that concludes our New Testament Jerusalem. So Paula, if you would want to just exit out of this one and just start the next one, our shorter last session on the customs and culture of the Bible. Again, our target is to finish by 2 today. So just get rid of this one and you can play the bottom, the next one behind it. You can get rid of that one, yep, and oops, where did it go? Yeah, just open that one, I guess, that would work too. I double click on it. Double click, boom, there we go, and play. Perfect, thank you very much. Manners and customs of the Bible. Let's just roll right into this last session where we will talk about cultural elements of the Bible. John Beck said once, when we read the Bible, we encounter many manners and customs from the ancient world that the first readers of the scriptures would have been familiar with. But being so far removed from that world, we modern readers often miss the full meaning, both literal and figurative, of biblical imagery. There's another quote that talks about context. In fact, context is what rescues biblical truth from the familiar. Ken Bailey also has a good book on that. But when we talk about understanding and reading the Bible with fresh eyes, what that allows us to do is that it allows us to really read at a depth, a new level of understanding of God's Word, says Philip Jenkins in so many words. So this last session will be a quick one. We're going to talk about what it meant to be living in the days of the Bible. So we'll talk about things like religious life, burial customs, warfare, food, agricultural life, occupations, cultic practice, shepherd life, ritual cleansing, house structures, marriage, water, and village life. All of these are connected, and our goal again for this last session is to help us understand how people lived in the days of the Bible. So religious life was essentially established as the Exodus took place. The tabernacle was prescribed. In fact, 50 chapters in the first 5 books are dedicated to either the building or the maintenance of this tabernacle that was 150 feet in length and 75 feet in width. This is a full-size model of the tabernacle, by the way, at a place called Timnah in southern Israel. So the priests had their roles of sacrificing, of offering different types of offerings, I'll use that word again, to God, whether it be a burnt offering or a peace offering or any kind of agricultural celebration. But let's just fly over a portion of this particular full-scale model. And again, it's a great place to teach the tabernacle. There you can see the altar there, right here in front. Some models position it over to the side. Here's the laver where priests would have purified themselves, and then the holy chamber inside. But it's a great place. In fact, Timnah looks very much like the Utah landscape of Canyonland, doesn't it? It's an uplifted reddish sandstone with some limestone and granite pointing through. But when the Israelites conquered the land, they then established the tabernacle here at a place called Shiloh. And it rested here for about 305 years before it was destroyed. In Solomon's day, he was the one who would build the temple in 967 BC. It took him 7 years to do so. But the religious cultic practices of the Israelites was not squeaky clean. They also had household gods like the Asherah figurine that you see on your right. These shrines that held the figurines. So they sort of wavered away from pure worship in the temple. Even statues of Baal or Baal, the storm god of the Phoenicians. These have been found also. That middle one was found just a couple years ago. Here's a boy named Ittai. He's 10 years old, and a couple years ago he actually found the head of an Asherah figurine. I mean, you could be an archaeologist and dig for 30 years and not find anything like this. Here he was with his parents, and after a spring rain, this was exposed to the surface. So he literally found the head of an Asherah figurine that has been found, of course, elsewhere in the land of Israel. She was the goddess of fertility. Here she is pictured here. But burial customs, as we just move quickly from one custom to another, in the Old Testament, as we already talked about, this type of tomb, you can see that when you entered the tomb, there was a bench on this side, straight ahead of us, and on this side. We call this a triclinium tomb. And underneath this bench is a repository that you see right here. So when Grandpa would die, his bones would decay, his body would decay, and his bones would be then placed underneath the bench in the repository. Hence the term, he was buried with his father. So because his father and his grandfather were also buried there. So that's the term that we use in the days of the Old Testament. Bones were collected in the repository. So whether it be personal items or pots or anything else, they would be collected and they would be buried with the person. However, in the days of the New Testament, bodies were typically placed in these niche tombs. And again, the body would decay. Sometimes there are rolling stones in front of these tombs, but only 8 or 10 stones like this have been found archaeologically. Of course, we always picture the tomb of Jesus looking like this. But here's the one that's still intact. It's down the alleyway behind the King David Hotel. It's most likely a family tomb of King Herod. It's still intact in the opening of the grave there, the tomb. But most of the commoners would be buried in niche tombs like this, called kokim in Hebrew. And then their bones would be placed not underneath the bench, but in these stone boxes called ossuaries. Hundreds of these have been found. This one belonged to the Caiaphas, the high priest, during the days of Jesus. So warfare. Cities were fortified. They had gates. They had walls. This particular gate is a 4-chamber gate. You entered into this city here, a city called Keiapha today, Kirbet Keiapha, but very well fortified. In fact, that's the Elah Valley behind, and most likely right here is where David fought Goliath if you remember from the slide from last night. But gates were the weakest point of the city, so you had to refortify them. So you can see how well built they were, but again, the enemies always targeted the gates of the cities. Now, we already talked about this city gate at Lachish. We already talked about what was found in this chamber of the gate, an altar or two and a toilet, actually. But here's another example of a Solomonic gate at Hatzor and at Gezer, and a wall at the city called Keapha, and a city wall at Dan. So remember when the spies were sent up by Moses to the land to spy out the land, one of the questions was, let's see if the cities are fortified. So many of the Canaanite cities were fortified. This particular Israelite city, look how broad this city wall was. And again, this city would be destroyed by Tiglath-Pileser in 734 BC and then wiped out for good by Sargon II, another Assyrian king, in 722. But maybe a reconstruction of the city wall at Dan looked like this. So you did everything possible to fortify your city with walls and gates. This is an early Canaanite wall and tower at Arad. And here's one that I excavated at, actually. It's right here. This gate here at Tel Bernah, which is probably biblical Libnah. And what I found lodged in the wall was this sling stone. In fact, the wall behind the stone is where this comes from. This was probably shot by an Assyrian soldier, and it missed its target and lodged in the wall in the background of this picture. And we know this because Isaiah 37 tells us the Assyrians, after they took Lachish, they also took this city called Libnah. So it's pretty cool to find a sling stone. This wall was built by Hezekiah at the time that Sennacherib surrounded the city of Jerusalem. The city fortification dates to the time of Solomon. It's from the city of Megiddo. Just giving you just a quick view of how city walls were built and how well cities were fortified, like this double-walled city at Lachish. In fact, there's one of the walls and another wall inside. This city fell to the Assyrians in 701. It also then would fall to the hands of the Babylonians in 587 BC. Here's a portion of a new excavation of a wall that was found, probably built by Rehoboam. And the siege ramp that we talked about earlier, used by Sennacherib in order to get his battering ram to the top of the wall. And we already saw this illustration that comes from the British Museum displayed there, but it comes from the walls of Nineveh in Assyria today. These battering rams that were brought up the siege ramp attacking against the tower of the Judeans, who were only defending the city with little bows and arrows. The Syrians were always very formidable. They always had pointed helmets. They had shields. They had sling stones. Slingstone. The one I found was an Assyrian sling stone. But dozens of these have been found here at Lachish. Even they decapitated the Judeans, especially the men. So they were the ISIS of the day, these bad boy Assyrians who attacked Lachish. So arrowheads in terms of weaponry. Here's a scimitar, a different type of sword, a Canaanite scimitar. Spears and daggers. So this was the weaponry in part of ancient times. We can even read about this in terms of Uzziah. I went too far because here it goes. Uzziah, for instance, just look at the detail. He provided shields and spears and helmets and coat of arms and bows and slingstones, towers and corner defenses. So Uzziah, who lived in about 750 BC, knew the importance of fortifying his cities. Let's move on to the agricultural customs of the day. And Deuteronomy chapter 8 tells us a little about the food groups, if you will, including wheat and barley and vines and figs and pomegranates and olive oil and honey. This was the land of goodness compared to Egypt, the land they left. And this was a land filled with agricultural opportunities like wheat and barley. Of course, we can picture back in the days of the Bible how they used to throw up the wheat and it would separate the chaff, the wind. These threshing floors would always be found outside the city at the highest point where the wind could separate the wheat and the chaff, if you will. And it's still being done. Of course, this is an older picture, but today it's not uncommon to see a John Deere combine out there in Israeli field today. But look at all the different types of threshing floors that can be seen still today around Israel. Of course, you would crush the grain or knead your flour to make bread. This is one stone that we found in 2014 up north, used for that purpose. At Jericho, they found storage jars filled with burned grain. And this really matches the record of Joshua 6 well, because Joshua, when he took the city of Jericho, he burned it to the ground. Wheat would also be placed in these millstones, and this top part would be positioned on this bottom pointy piece, and you would simply make it go around and around, and then the wheat would be crushed this way coming out of the cracks. So we find these also in many places. Grain silos, if you will, grain bins like this one at Megiddo. And of course, Jesus, we know that he used agricultural illustrations as a way to teach his kingdom parables, like the mustard seed or the seed thrown on good soil or bad soil or rocky soil or thorny soil. Let's take a look at this video, maybe just a portion of it, just to illustrate how small the mustard seed is. In fact, I think I have, besides my mud brick from Jericho, I have some mustard seed here. You can see how small the mustard seed is. So Jesus illustrates the kingdom by using a mustard seed. In the springtime, we see mustard all over the north area of the Galilee. So let's take a look at vineyards. Vineyards are abundant in Israel today. But when we take a look at Isaiah chapter 5, he talks about vineyards. I will sing for the one I love a song about the vineyard. My loved one had a vineyard on a fertile hillside. He built a watchtower in it and cut out a wine press as well. So today's landscape, we can still see examples of towers and agricultural lands where, here in this case, a lot of olive trees are being cultivated, if you will, but terraced gardening. This was a common scene back in the days of the Bible. And wine presses, you can see, you would have crushed the grapes here, and then the juice would have flowed into this container. Similar here on the left. Another one, and yet another one. So a wine press. Figs. Israelis still do not know what fig Newtons are. I'm aiming to change that. I like fig Newtons. But as we looked at Isaiah in his illustration on vineyards, Jeremiah says a word about figs. Of course, he uses the illustration about good figs and bad figs in Jeremiah 34. Pomegranates. You're a wise person if you have a mind like a pomegranate, so the Israeli saying goes today. And even the shape of the bell and the hem of the high priest garment took the shape of a pomegranate. In fact, in the drainage channel underneath the Herodian pavement that had just been excavated in Jerusalem, this bell in the shape of a pomegranate was found. It most likely fell through the crack of the Herodian street above, and it was found in that chamber. Olives, of course, olive trees produce olives, which of course leads into oil for sacred purposes, for eating, for making soaps. Typically, the olives would be raked off the trees. You would place a big canopy below the tree and you would rake off the olives. That's sort of how it's done in different parts of Israel today. And then the olives would be placed in this olive press and usually drawn by a horse or a donkey of some kind. Around and around it goes, and you would crush the outer shell of the olive. And then you would place what's left in a basket, and with a counterweight, you would press upon the olives in the basket, and what would drain out is the olive oil. So it was a two-step process of manufacturing oil for different purposes. Of course, dates produced date honey. Look at all those dates. Let's go to shepherd life. I have a couple videos here I want to show you, one after the other. Let's talk about the sheep pen first.
So how do people go to heaven? Well, in answering this very important question, Jesus spoke figuratively about one of these, a sheep pen. So a sheep pen is made up of these stone walls that come together and form a narrow opening. So before evening sets in, the shepherd gets his flock into the protection of a sheep pen, and then he himself serves as the gate to a sheep by sitting or laying in this narrow opening so that nothing can get in and nothing can get out without going through the shepherd.
That's our friend Joel Kramer who allows us to use this video and the other ones that you'll see in a moment. Think of Micah 2, the illustration of the remez of how Jesus says about the kingdom advancing with great force. It would be the shepherd standing or even sleeping at the entrance of this sheep pen, and then standing aside and allowing the sheep to exit in the morning. These are Arab shepherds, probably in the hill country of Samaria. So the sheep pen. You get the picture. And now let's take a look at sheep pens still today as we see them around the country. Sometimes stone, sometimes just twigs, sometimes caves as well. So Jesus serves as the good shepherd and the gate. But Jesus also wanted people to follow him. He's the great shepherd. Listen to the beginning of this video and the call of the shepherd to his sheep. Every shepherd has a unique voice, and the sheep know it. And they will follow the shepherd anywhere he goes. And then the third video, a video about the lost sheep. Here's Joel Kramer once again sharing this video.
Without a shepherd, sheep would starve or die of thirst.
Sheep are also helpless against wolves. In fact, the only protection sheep have against wolves is being in the presence of their shepherd. One day, while I was filming in Israel, I noticed this sheep going astray. Its shepherd doesn't notice and continues moving up the valley with the rest of his flock. At one point, the sheep even stops to look back at all that it's leaving behind. And what it's leaving behind is the very person it needs to survive. It's sad but true that most sheep that become lost did so by choice. Now, without water or protection, the penalty of such a choice is death.
Jesus goes after that lost sheep. Remember Luke 15, one of the three lost parables. Let's transition into fishing life. So the Sea of Galilee was the area of the primary fishing. It had 15 harbors, pretty much around the lake. You can see them identified by archaeologists. This was one at Magdala. Of course, the water is so much lower today, but it once coming up to this harbor area that you see in this area here, right there. So Jesus sails into that harbor once at least. Here's another example of a harbor, a place called Aish, and the boat that was used. A good example of a first century boat. This one was found in 1986. So hooks were used, but primarily nets were the primary means of capturing fish. Either they were thrown like this or cinched together in this fashion. Sometimes you would had two teams on the shoreline or even out in the water with two boats, and you would again drag the net to capture fish that way. They were weighted. In fact, at different sites we have found weights for nets. Fishing was typically done at night, the repairing of the nets during the day. Here's an older picture of some Arabs fishing. And yet Bethsaida, we know, the house of hunting, the name means, was a primary fishing village. It was the home of Peter, Andrew, and Philip, according to John chapter 1. Here's a modern day fishing experience with a net that you see on the southern end of the lake. Back to an older picture of capturing fish from the shoreline. So what kind of houses did people live in? This is a good example of a stone house. However, back in the days of the Old Testament, a typical 4-room house maybe looked like this. If you look closely, the courtyard where the animals were, the second floor would be the place of sleeping. Cooking typically also took place in a taboon or an oven in the courtyard area. Maybe on this side was the kitchen. If you look closely, there's the microwave and the refrigerator, I think. But you can see how simple and modest these houses would have been like. Now, they were stone houses like this one. This one's from Timnah. You can see 4 of us standing. This is an older picture from back in the day at Timnah, actually where Samson's first wife came from. But you can see us standing in different portions of the house area. The same with the picture on the right. Here, this pillar structure would have supported the second floor of this house at Beersheba. Taboon, we found this one in 2014. You can see it was an oven used for, of course, baking purposes, cooking purposes, and pottery and jars and you name it, oil lamps were part of any excavation. You find this, and it corresponds to daily life. Now, once in a while, you find an inscription on a piece of pottery. This one has the name Zechariah, a guy mentioned in the book of 2 Chronicles chapter 20. But houses in the Second Temple period, again, probably didn't change too much, but here's a good example of a house that dates a couple hundred years after the time of Jesus. But again, the Megorian, it's a Greek word for kitchen. You can see all the utensils, the storage jars. Here's the oven or the tabun on the right. But then the main area of dwelling, with the ladder going up this second floor where the sleeping quarters would have been. So can you picture a story involving Jesus in Mark 2 when 4 guys bring this paralyzed guy to Jesus? It's a crowded space inside this house, and all of a sudden the roof separates and they lower this guy down on a mat. Of course, the guy in the corner, the insurance owner, is saying, "Oy vey, what's this going to cost me now?" But you know how the story ends. The man is lowered down to Jesus. Jesus heals him. In fact, it's a very authoritative word that he says, because he not only heals him on the spot, but he forgives his sin. And that man then would have had to gone into a ritual bath. He would have entered this way and then exited this way. This would have been filled with water, deep enough to immerse yourself. So a ritual bath, he would have been ceremonially cleansed by immersing himself in a ritual bath, although I'm not sure I would go into this one. It's not too clear there, but you get the idea. And this pertained to either lepers or blind guys who were culturally separated from the kosher world, and they then had to purify themselves in a ritual bath. So water was very, very primary in the days of both the Old and New Testaments. Storage jars, wells, cisterns. Of course, the land that they entered from Egypt was, in comparison, a land filled with lots of water and spring. And even this particular spring of Harod today, it's called, we actually swim in this once in a while in the summer. Or the waterfalls at En-Gedi. So water is abundant in Israel in different places. Now, sometimes there's an overabundance of water, like you guys have flash floods here. Look at how devastating a flash flood could actually be. Look at that water steaming over the cliff here of the Judean desert, filling up the dry riverbed. Now, this is a good friend, Farrell Jenkins, who is illustrating that sometimes the floods can actually wipe out roads like this. So you can see how high the level of the water is sometimes. Or cisterns, big, huge cisterns where water was stored, like this one at Masada, like this one at Arad, or this one at Beit Shemesh, or this one at Beersheba. The walls were plastered, as you can see, so the water wouldn't seep through the softer limestone. Of course, water systems all over the place. This is the one at Gezer I showed you. This is one at Gibeon. This is one at Hatzor. This is one at Megiddo. This is the Jerusalem one, Hezekiah's tunnel. So water was a very important aspect of cultural life. When the spring of the city dried up, the city was abandoned. And one exception, in Caesarea, where there is no water, still, water was brought in via the aqueduct that you see here. Brought in from at least 7 or 8 miles. Some say 6, some say 11. But somewhere from over here, there was a series of aqueducts that brought water into the city of Caesarea, built by Herod the Great in 22 BC. There's the aqueduct, an aerial view of the aqueduct. So that brings this session to a close, and also our whole seminar. And we sort of did it. It's 5 after 2. I want to say a few things as I conclude. Number one, thanks for coming and investing your time, not only last night, but throughout today, for learning the Bible in context. Our ministry really is all about teaching Bible in context. And even though we lead multiple trips a year, I'm in Israel at least 3.5 or 4 months a year, leading trips. I really enjoy coming to churches like this and bringing Israel to congregations. Now, certainly, if you're ever interested in a trip, I'd be happy to, entertain some questions that you may have about that. If this church or any of your churches are interested, certainly we can be a part of that and help you make that a reality. But why we do these seminars, why I do these seminars around the country is I love bringing Israel to churches, especially to people who maybe will never be able to travel, whether it be a financial challenge or a physical challenge of some kind. But our ministry is all about providing resources for you to help the Bible come to life through the context of archaeology, history, geography, customs, culture, these kinds of things. Thank you to Bernie and Paula and Katie for hosting us, to Pastor Kyle and others in the church who provided the means for this to happen. You flew me out. You picked me up. You drove me through Canyonland. He's taking me to Arches this afternoon, I think. That's pretty cool. So what a great, great place to come to teach. Last month, I was in Scranton, Pennsylvania. What good can come out of Scranton? I won't go there. But it snowed 8 inches, so the Saturday program had to be postponed until Sunday afternoon and evening. And then I drove home and got home about 2 o'clock in the morning. At least I could drive to that one. I didn't have to fly. But I'm happy to be here, and I'm blessed. So I hope you can come tomorrow. If this is your home church, I'm looking forward to serving you by sharing the word. And if you're not, hop on our website, biblicalisraeltours.com. Hop on our YouTube page. All kinds of videos and teaching. We're just here to serve you. So with that, thank you, Mr. Bernie, and thank you for coming.
Thank you, John. Not for me. I'll let him ride inside the vehicle and we take him back, I thank John for taking time to come in here. He will be doing the message tomorrow, and afterwards we have that potluck dinner. We also have, I've been calling it a question and answer period. He said teaching moment, anytime, whatever you want to call it. He'll be available here for a while if you have any questions or comments you want to make. But tomorrow we'll have a whole time that you can ask him some more questions. In fact, I think he's going to participate in our praise team tomorrow. He's going to play the bass. And he's a talented man. I mean, he knows what he's talking about. We also have back there the love offering. A lot of you have contributed. Appreciate that. And if you haven't, that's okay. Don't worry. But he does all this as a support-based program in his ministry. And I can't repeat enough times that when you go on a trip with him, you learn a lot. It puts a lot of things in perspective. Like I say, I was overwhelmed the first time that I went with him. I just couldn't take it all in. And the second time we went with them, I was still overwhelmed, but I was able to absorb a little bit more. And I enjoyed it because we went in September the first time when it was hot and dry, and then we went in January when it was cold and wet. And we did get to see some of the things that we saw the first time, but the things we got to see. And I jokingly said to some of you that, a lot of you people I've taught in school, or I've taught your kids in school. And so when people say, do you know Bernie Radcliffe? They say, oh yeah, I know Mr. Radcliffe. Go to Israel and everybody knows John. I don't think there's any place that he goes that someone knows him from something that he's doing. So we thank you for coming. And again, if you make it tomorrow, be blessed again. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
You want to close in prayer?
I will. Lord, thank you for your goodness, your grace. We are recipients of your redemptive plan fulfilled through Yeshua, Jesus. Thank you that you are King, you are Savior, you are Lord. Our prayer is that you may come and reign and rule in our lives. May you be well reflected and represented through the churches that are represented here this afternoon. May you advance your kingdom to this area of Moab. And may we all be instrumental in helping people discover who you are and the hope that you bring us. So thank you for this time together. And we say, Hadula Adonai Ki Tov. Give thanks to the Lord, for you are good. And all of God's people said, Amen, amen.
Hey, John, can we sing the Good Morning song one more time? People weren't here.
Do you want to hear the Good Morning song? Repeat after me. Oh, the sun's coming up
Oh, the sun's coming up
on a bright new day,
on a bright new day,
and you maybe wonder why
and you maybe wonder why.
I've been feeling this way.
I've been feeling this way.
Oh, I'm feeling good,
Oh, I'm feeling good,
and I'm feeling all right.
and I'm feeling all
Together,
right.
'cause the Lord took my life and he filled it with his ever-loving light. Ever-loving light. 'Cause the Lord took my life and he filled it with his ever-loving light. That's our morning song, by the way. You recorded it, so now you have it for good. Thanks, everyone.